Join us this bank holiday weekend for our Easter extravaganza. We'll have some cracking prices. It's no yoke. You won't be shelling out on our special deals, and you'll be hopping mad to miss out. Shall I go on?
No, stop, Vicky.
Hello, hello, hello. Good afternoon. Welcome to Designer Inspiration. My name is Becky. Thank you very much for joining me this afternoon. If you're staying in, if you're maybe tucking into an early Easter egg, maybe you've decided the beaches will be too busy, traffic's a nightmare, get yourself a brew and stay where you are, because not only have I got so many treats for you today, I'm talking a couple of strands of sapphire, diamond, ruby, emerald, so many wire bundles as well. And not only that, I'm joined by the inspirational Teresa. How are you today?
Hello, I'm fine, thank you.
Good. Give us a little clue as to what you're going to be making, because obviously I did the morning show, so I've actually not seen it, which is a bit awkward. Is it any good?
Well, I've
heard it's so gorgeous.
It's terrible, yeah. The first kit, I know you always ask me to describe it, and the first project, I'll actually come up with something this time. I think it might catch on. Elizabethan Bollywood.
Okay. Right.
If you say it with enough conviction, it might be like a new trend.
Totally. Can we not merge those words? Like a Lizzie Wood. I love it. Totally a Lizzie Wood. Have you seen this? So a Lizzie Wood. I love that. Good one. And then what are we going to be having a look at in your second design?
Well, that I've been playing a bit about a bit with wire again, and I was really thinking about kind of using it to sort of mimic ribbon, so it's quite sort of flowing and drapey. And
I'm so excited. And am I right in thinking you've done some Coom Hemo with one of them?
Yeah, that's the second one.
Second one, because I saw you come in with your board as well.
Yep.
Got some Coom Hemo goodies coming up for you as well today. But, oh, and don't forget these chains. These are coming up in mere moments. Metre of each you've got on them. I have got a superstar buy. Superstar buy. It's so special. Have a look at this. It's a strand of aquamarine that you have here today. Look at the length of this. Do you know what? I'm going to feel like a magician now. Isn't that special? Look at the length of this. Superstar. But I don't know why that was match of the day then, to be honest. Who knows? That's my magician song. This, how unusual, honestly, is it to see aquamarine in faceted rondelles, but also how unusual is it to see this much clarity on aquamarine, and how unusual is it to see a strand so beautiful, brilliant blue colour for under £15. And you know me, when I say £15, I don't just mean by 5p, do I? No. This is an exceptional, exceptional strand. And actually, could you imagine this with the selection I've got in now? Ooh, pretty, pretty. Just on memory wire, that'd be gorgeous. This is coming up as a superstar buy. So stay tuned. That's coming up in a wee bit. How about getting in the middle of a chain reaction? I have got 4 beautiful lengthy strands of huge chain. Take a look. It's all aluminium. You've got a metre of each. So let me talk you through some of these. This one here is your antiques bronze curb chain, and this is 15 by 20 mil. And can you see it's textured? If I show you, can you see it's got almost this Aztec twist texturing on? And it's not actually just engraved into it, it's got ribbing within it as well, which is really interesting. Gorgeous textured chain there. And these ones are cut for you too, you see? Don't even have to cut them yourself. 15 by 20 these are, so again, whoppers, absolutely huge. As well as that, I love the sound of these. Loops and loops of chain are massive at the moment, aren't they? You've also got, just having a look what we've got, your silver chain as well in here, which is this one on the end. Diamond cut. Wow, 10 by 14 the loops on this. Isn't this high shine? Isn't this high glamour? You've got your aluminium curb chain in the gold as well. So the gold one here goes with the antique bronze. They've got the same texturing on them. So these are actually a pair. 20 people already on the phones. Bless you all, we love that. Don't worry, I've got loads of them. Do not worry. Get yourself on the phone. And then you have this smaller curb chain in the gold as well. Now, chain is big, big, big news this time of year. It is huge this season. I'm sure you've seen it on the high street. We're going for the big chunky chains, and it's actually spanning across all ages. I went into a sort of a younger person's shop, if you will. By younger persons I mean they have, like, how would I describe it without saying a name? Was it what? Yes, it was one of them. You walk in and you think you're in a club. It's one of them. You walk in and it's like doomf, 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 and it's like dead dark, but it's only 10 o'clock in the morning. It's like that. They had chain everywhere, huge loops of chain. But then pop into your everyday store that, you know, have all of the handy underwear in that holds you in and tucks you in. Do you know that type of place? And then again, chains and chains and chains in there as well. It's just such a huge fashion focus point at the moment. And also, they are aluminium. Could you imagine inlaying within here your polymer pieces? You don't have to use them as a whole chain, do you? You don't have to do that. Now, I've had over 30 people purchasing this at £13.80. It's a cracker deal. All of you 30 people have just bought it. Do not worry. You will only be paying the price that's coming up now. Don't worry if you've already bought it. You will only be paying £9.95. £13.80 is the should-be price. Shoulda, woulda, coulda on Designer Inspirations. £9.95 we're going to on this for you today. There is loads of you rushing to the phones now. It's high, and they're a metre of each as well. Think of that, you're getting a hefty amount, and you will have seen drapes and drapes. So, do you know what I absolutely love about these chains as well? Imagine having a large one around the back, so a large loop around the back, so you don't even need a connector, and then at the front, just attach 3 or 4 different ones. A belt, oh, I like that as well, producer Scott. A belt, yep. Cass, ideas?
Bag strap.
Bag strap on the nose. Cass, ideas? Headpiece? Headpiece! Oh yeah, I can see that kind of festival-y, Let's go to the guest designer. What have you got for us?
Well,
now that we've stolen all the ideas.
Yeah, well, I mean, you could do something like a bag strap with sari silk threaded through it.
Taking Kaz's idea to another level. You're going to have to step it up next time, camera lady Kaz. £9.95. I've already got a huge amount of you purchasing this. Guess what? 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. I've only got 10 left. Fastest finger for it now. Click to check out. Click to check out because 4 of you are going to miss out at this point. Thank you very much, Carol, for checking out. There's another telephone bidders. There's people on there as well. This is going to be a sellout. Fastest finger first. I won't name and shame, but let's just say if you're from South Yorkshire, check out. Channel Isles, check out. No naming and shaming on my show. Where are we going? Just where you live, which is really stalky actually, isn't it? Where are we going? on this side. Diamonds are a girl's best friend. Oh, hello, pretty. Oh, okay, I'm in my big 4 section now. Sparkle like you've never seen. Super sparkly. Gorgeous hue within this. Diamond. Wow. I wish you could see the sparkle on this. If I give it a little switch. Oh my goodness. It is one of the most popular and luxurious gemstones in the world. I think that pretty much everyone knows the name of diamond, and the fact that you've got red diamond here is so special. Do you want to know something even more special? This red is natural. It's naturally that colour. No treatment at all to give it that colour. This is essentially straight out of the ground and put on a strand. This is Mother Nature at her best. Truly, trust me on this. We all know that gemstone is known for its high refractive index. We all know that it just captures the light and just bounces it back at the eye with such an intensity that it's just totally captivating. We already know that. But on this strand, truly, because of the shape of this, because you've got the rough, the nugget, it's doing it even more spectacularly. It truly is. It's the strongest gemstone, one of the strongest materials in the world, which means that you can wear this day in, day out and not be afraid, not be worried about it scratching. It's on the Mohs scale, which is the scale of strength for gemstone. It's a 10. It's the strongest by far. The price I'm going to do on this today, it's going to be a cheeky deal. £39.95 is the price on the website right now. I'm going to do a cheeky deal, but you have to get on the phones for it first. We need to get you on there. As soon as there's a couple of you paying interest, how do you feel about a £5 off? That's good, isn't it? £5 off diamond. Do you know what? I can't think of anywhere else you would ever go and hear £5 off diamonds today. What? You just wouldn't, would you? At all. We're going to do better than that today. Your price is not £39.95. Genuinely, this is a naughty price, but only because I've hardly got any left. This is last time to purchase price. £24.95 for you today. 26 in stock though, that is it. Once these are gone, these are gone. And as far as I know, I can't think that we've got any more red diamond, have we? No, we haven't. This is the only strand of red diamond that we have currently. Those 5 people need to check out your baskets for me. £24.95, but I've got 22 of these left now. Genuinely, the sparkle on this is exceptional. It's got beautiful glitter amount. I've got 9 of you with it in baskets and I've got 19 left. This is the only red diamond we have in. And I know that you get used to our prices, but I always think it's really, really important that you kind of remind yourself, refresh your memory on the price of diamond on the high street. I know that my mum bought a 1 carat diamond, 1 carat, and it was way up into triple, almost quadruple figures. It's easy to forget, let's face it, it is. I forget sometimes the price of gemstones anywhere else, but diamond, realistically, it's probably one of the quickest to quote on price. All you have to do is type into your search engine, 10 carat red diamond, and then type in the size. 11 of these left. 4 people. Check out for me. Check out your baskets. 4 of these people on the lines. Make sure you're checking out. 9 of them left and that's it. And in fact, Teresa, you're doing little 2mm gemstones today with some of your pieces, aren't you?
Yeah.
What about making it high end?
Oh yeah, you could do.
diamonds. They're a girl's and gentleman's best friend, I think. 8 left, I was just about to say 9. £24.95. It's so seductive, and if you are into high-end, low bargain basement prices, this is where you need to stay. You need to stay here because right now, I've got for you some ruby. Ah. Okay, wait. Just get the colour ruby in your head now. Get the colour, because of course we have loads of different colours, don't we? Have you locked that colour in? You're probably thinking Dorothy's ruby slippers, aren't you? Which actually aren't ruby, they're sequins. I've seen them, disappointed. Get that colour in your mind and look. You've got it in this strand. This is almost your stereotypical ruby colour, isn't it? This is almost that one that is just connected with ruby. And do you know what as well? The symmetry of each of these is spectacular. The symmetry in colour, if that makes sense. The saturation runs through each of the rubies spectacularly. There's none that are slightly lighter on here, and there are none that are slightly darker. It's almost that beautiful just elegance in colour running through each of them, just so sublimely. And the faceting on this is making it so seductively sparkly. As I'm spinning it, do you know what it reminds me of? It's one of those paparazzi strands, isn't it? Oh no, I've only got 14 of them in stock. Now we know that this is a sublime ruby. Reason being, it's your high-end strand. It's a gems of distinction strand, which means you'll be getting your little gems of distinction line for it. Make sure, please, that you do get your certificate of authenticity with it. It's definitely one of those. You can tell it's high-end because the symmetry of colour running through, this is exactly what we're talking about. It comes with your authenticity card. This is got the symmetry running through of the colour. The faceting is exceptional. You can tell this is high quality strand. This price probably does not reflect the quality. It's yours today. £34.95. This is like the highest end. This is almost, when you're looking for high-end ruby, this is the strand you'll be looking for. You've got a slight graduation on there as well. It is such a beautiful, rich tone, and honestly I would say from what I've seen on our website, this is one of the highest quality we're bringing to you right now. We know that ruby is one of the rarest of gemstones. It says passion, it says fire, it says heat, it says romance to me. 3 words for ruby.
Oh, gorgeous juicy red.
Ooh, I love it. It is though, isn't it? It is juicy. It's almost delectable, isn't it? It's really delicious. £34.95 for truly almost that archetypal ruby red, isn't it, that you're getting through here. And it is just seriously high end. Only single figures of these left right now. And I want to let you know as well, this isn't single figures as in what we've got in for the show. This is single figures in the building. This is in the warehouse anywhere. Once these 9 are gone, you ain't going to get your hands on this strand again. £34.95 for the most sublime ruby around. Only 8 of them left though. If you're thinking high-end, let's stay high-end. We're going to stay with the big 4, but we all know there's different varieties of each gemstone, isn't there? This is a serious quality strand again. Emerald. We'll be bringing something for every pocket in this time, do not worry, we will. But we want to bring you the serious luxury first. Now this is your Colombian emerald, and there's 15 carats worth. Now the thing with this strand is the colour, isn't it? And the clarity. Very unusual for us to bring you emerald with this amount of quality. Now emerald, actually, speaking of ruby, we were talking about the ruby slippers, weren't we? Emerald, Wizard of Oz. Emerald City. Now emerald is said to be a strand of hope, and it's also said to be a strand that will help you see your inner self. So, and that's exactly why it was used actually in the Wizard of Oz for the Emerald City, because it's said to give hope. So, you know, they hoped that when they got there to the Emerald City, they'd all, you know, have everything they wanted. But it's also said to show you your true self, which again in the Wizard of Oz is what they got when they got to Emerald City. They realised that everything they wanted they already had, and that's some of the reasons this was actually used as part of the film itself and the story, of course. This is truly exquisite high-end because you can see through each of these. The clarity is beautifully eye clear. The saturation itself is so special, and the green is a really beautiful springtime tone, isn't it? Natural as well. The price today is not £39.95. It should be £5 off, £6 off, £7 off. How about 10? £10 off today for this such beautiful gemstone strand. I'll be honest with you, emerald, as emerald goes, this is the best strand I have ever seen. I'll be totally honest with you, it completely is, and a lot of you agreeing with me now. £10 off on genuine emerald. This is something not to be missed, especially if you are planning on getting your hands on that aquamarine later on, because don't they just work beautifully together? Almost this kind of English garden in springtime. You've got these beautiful grass tones and then this beautiful bright blue sky. They go so spectacularly together, and at £10 off, really, you can't complain, can you? Another thing you have to think of, I always think whenever I look at high-end gemstones, is how much would you pay for a pair of emerald earrings just with 3 of these on? How much would you pay? To be honest, I'd be happy to pay for just a pair of earrings £20. If it was on £9.25, easily, for 3 on each, easy peasy. But if I'm going to be using 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I've actually only used that amount for all of this that you're getting. You've made your money back essentially on one bracelet piece, haven't you? £29.95. There's plenty of you getting your hands on this, because let's face it, £10 off emerald, that is a bit of a stunner, isn't it? What I will say is make sure you're checking out your baskets for me. We've had a very busy day already today, and when we're doing discounts on the big 4, you know it's going to continue to be that way. £29.95. You know there's one left. You know there's one left. Wow. Synonymous with royalty for years and years and years. This only ever been seen once before. Wow. Oh my goodness. The colour intensity. This is a multicoloured sapphire strand, and what I'll say to you is you're going to need to be quick to get your hands on it. This is high end, seriously high end. Sapphire, we know. I keep telling you, we all do. At the moment, from the location, we can't purchase any more. We can't at the moment. Genuinely, this strand is one of the most exquisite. It's in a top jewel drop, and you have got some of the rarest coloured sapphire ever on here, including the greens and the yellows. But you've also got the archetypal, the kind of cashmere sapphire blues in here as well. This strand is oh so luxurious. Wow. Wow. Look at the hues in here. Look at that pink. Wow. Edward bought Mrs. Simpson a sapphire bracelet, and she had a dress designed by Van Cleef, I think it was, and she had this beautiful dress, which was one of her favourite, altered purely so she could show off her sapphire bracelet. And I can imagine it would be this type of clarity and luxurious cut and clarity and strength of tone that she would have had draped upon her wrist at that point. I've only got 3 left. I better bring your price in. £89.95. Now, let's be honest about this, okay? You're not used to seeing that price on Jewellery Maker. Fair enough. But this is by far the highest end strand we have brought to you of sapphire that we currently have as well. And as well, get your authenticity. It is 30-day money-back guarantee, but you will be able to tell the quality instantly of this. Truly, truly instantly. I've only got 2 left of these. Get it home and really appreciate it. Merseyside, alliteration with the name. Please check out your basket chicken. You're a northerner like me. I don't want you to miss out. It's £89.95 for the most exquisite gemstone strand. And do you know what as well? Think of it this way. Think about the amount you're getting on here. I won't count them all, but I'll do you a guesstimate. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, and I'm halfway through my strand. So what's that then? If I've got 60 on a strand? Thank you, lovely Merseyside lady, for checking out. Come on, Dublin. Get checking out, love. £89.95. It is going to be a sellout right now. As soon as Dublin lady checks out a basket, it's gone. That is just such a gorgeous strand. Honestly, if you've genuinely managed to get that, just well done. Really, really mean it. We're going to be coming back to the big 4 in a little bit. But right now, I'm going to bring you a bundle with a little bit of Lara Mark in it. And, wow. I didn't agree that I was going to stop calling him that though, to be honest, did I? No. This is your Caribbean Islands. Oh, I can see that name totally. Do you know what I need? Some steel pans now. Do you know what? I can play the steel pans. Yes, I can. Do not call them steel drums. My instructor used to get very mad. They're not steel drums, they're steel pans, Rebecca. All right.
Okay.
I know, yeah, she was quite high maintenance. This is your Caribbean Isles. You've got Larimar, you've got shell, and you've got howlite. This beautiful yellow shell in the centre here, and this is 10mm. Now, the wonderful thing about shell is it looks like pearl, doesn't it? If we're honest, it does look like pearl, but it's actually not. What we get is we get a shell, and then we cover it in a substance which makes it harden, gives it almost this pearlescent appearance. And that means you get the appearance of pearls, but you don't have to worry about getting perfume on them, because of course we know pearls, they're quite sensitive a lot of the time. You can wear these to the gym and not be worried. You can wear them on a night out and switch your perfume on them in the bathroom, and they're not going to get dimples on them like natural pearls would. And they've got the strength there as well. They won't scratch or mark as easily as pearls. You've also got in here your really intense blue howlite, and these are 10mm as well. 150 carats worth you've got in here. The lovely thing with it is it's this beautiful blue tone, but you've still got that almost matrix internally within here that we'd expect from your howlite. Never been on before this. It's literally just dipped into our warehouse a couple of days ago. First time you've seen this strand. I thought I've never seen blue howlite anyway in your puffy coins, especially of this size. As well as that, you have 300 carats of this Larimar in these really large nuggets. Imagine, again, a few of those on a memory wire bracelet would be fab, wouldn't it? Larimar large nuggets, sizable, 10 by 4 to 21 by 7. 300 carats worth you're getting on here. Let's give you your should be price. £14.35. Great for 3 strands. Nowhere near that. How do you feel about single figures? £9.95, eh? Cheaper than going the Caribbean, isn't it? Have you ever been to the Caribbean, Teresa?
I haven't, no.
Have you not?
No.
Oh, it's lovely. Not to name drop. To be fair, I didn't go there on holiday, I was working. It's not quite the same. I was on a cruise ship, we just happened to stop there. £9.95. I absolutely... Oh no, guess what? I've only got 50 of these left in stock right now. Limited stock, we're getting down there. Thank you very much for the lovely ladies and gents who have already bought these. Get your hands on them today. What would you think if you had to work these together? What would you think of doing with them? I know it's a really tricky one, isn't it?
Well, I think you'd kind of have to play with that kind of Caribbean theme, really. It is that sort of maxi dress combo type sort of stuff. But I think with having the shell pearl in there and that kind of pearl look, it then makes it a bit more high end.
Yeah.
Be very tempted to put silver with it all, but actually if you wanted to sort of go a little bit more beachy, I guess,
yeah.
Gold.
Yeah, I can see that, a bit more sunshine tones.
Yeah.
I absolutely adore the idea of that. Do you know what I love about these shapes? Great for a ring, aren't they? Oh no, 39, that's all I've got left. I've got some of you buying 2 of these. Of course you are, it should have been nearly £15. It's now £9.95, it's fab. But there's serious money saving on this. And with bundles of this type as well, let's be honest, you might be looking at them going, oh actually, I love the shell pearl and I really like, say, the Larimar, but I've never worked with blue howlite before. Not sure about it, but it is great because you're getting such a discount and you've got a chance to try out something you might not normally buy if it was just by itself.
Yeah.
But you've got a massive discount on this as well. Should have been nearly 15 quid. £9.95 for this today. Caribbean Isles, how beautiful. RPGC16 is your code on this today. Get it whilst you can, because if you buy all these separately, you will be paying that original price. You will be paying nearly 15 quid. But get them with that code today and it's £9.95 for you. And actually, unisex pieces you could make with these as well, couldn't you? Really, really almost boho style as well. And then you could go really classical. And then with this one, you've got a bit funky.
Yeah.
It's covering 3 really different genres, but as you said, you can work with them together as well. Only 31. I've got my foot in the door of the Last Chance Saloon. Please do make sure you're getting your hands on this, and it's important you 5 are checking out your baskets for me today. £9.95 for you. Last chance to purchase. Now, it is time for a little bit of the lovely lady herself. It is your designer inspiration time. I'm going to bring you the bundle first. So, you can get your hands on this bundle. If you're new to designer inspiration, thank you for joining me. It's really lovely. My name is Becky. Lovely guest designer today is Teresa. And what we like to do on this channel is we give you the opportunity to own a kit. So what we mean by a kit is everything you need to create a piece. And then what we do is we go over to our guest designer and we spend a bit of time working through making a piece with them. So sometimes it's a full piece, sometimes it's little bits of some of the pieces they've created. But first we like to give you all the goodies you need to create the look. So in here you've got 100 meters of my favorite gauge, 025. And this is in your copper tone. You've also got 1 meter of your 10 metres of your 1 mil. That always trips me up that. I see a 1 and I'm like, oh, 1 metre of 10 mil. Could you imagine? As well as that, you've got your findings pack, and this is the findings pack that just matches this purposely. Some of these findings packs, what we actually did was we took our wire to the people who create the findings and said to them, you need to match this perfectly. And that's exactly what has happened. That's exactly what we did. And let me show you actually, just to prove it to you. I'll get out this, I love this clasp. This is your flower clasp. Look at the colour match on the wire. It's just perfect, isn't it? It's just perfect. Match made in heaven indeed. 115 pieces you're going to be getting in this findings pack, including but not limited to 1 metre of your chain, 15 open jumper rings. Oh, I love a good jumper ring. Keep you nice and warm. 5 mil on there. You're getting loads of head pins. You've got 3 of the extender cords with the S-clap as well. But not only that, you're going to be getting, oh my days, this selection of gemstones is stunning. If you're into your tiny seed beads or your drops, this is going to be the one for you. It truly, truly is. You've got in here 3 strands of your 2 mil, which is 5 carats of your green agate. These little faceted, each of these is faceted as well. These green agates are faceted, which is just spectacular. These are 2 mil. You see how sparkly they are? Ooh. You've also got in here 9 carats of your multicoloured agate, and these are in your plain rounds, again 2 mil. You've got some cereses, you've got burnt umbers in there, you've got your really dark jets in there as well. You're also going to be getting these drops. Whoa, 95 carats worth, and this is garnet. Wowzers, garnet in a bundle is unusual. The garnet, these are up to 13 by 9. It's a 25 centimetre strand as well on this, which is exceptional. And of course, you've got the 12 carat orange quartzite, these 2 mil as well. Let me just focus on this garnet for a moment, if I may, because I need you to see the variety in colour. Forestry greens, limey colours you've got in here as well. If I step out of the way, let's put this on my arm tone. Can you see a little bit better now? You've got lemons, you've got zests, you've got reds, burnt umbers, blacks as well in here. Such a variety of colour, and the lovely thing with garnet is when it's got this kind of clarity to it, which it has in a sense. Of course, a lot of them are quite opaque, but you can see the internal structure, which I just think is so spectacular. So interesting to properly have a look at. So let's reiterate. 110 metres of wire in total, 100 of your 025, 10 of your 1 mil, 115 pieces in your findings pack. You've got green agate, faceted, 2 mil. You've got your orange quartzite, 2 mil again. And you've got your multicoloured agate as well in the 2 mil. And finally, you've got garnet drops all the way up to 13 mil. Price. £51.15. Of course it is. Even if we take out of the equation everything else, for a strand of garnet and 110 metres of wire, that's getting up there, isn't it? You're around the £30–40 mark there. How do you feel about £27.95? This has got genuine garnet in it. This has got a most beautiful strand within it. I would be happy on this to just buy this strand for £27.95, to be honest. It's such a beautiful high-end piece today. £27.95 is so spectacular. Now, I did a findings pack this morning, didn't I? It was £8. So if you take that into account as well, all of this, it just tots up, doesn't it? It's just totting up. Esther, who bought this at your £51, don't worry, I'm sure you know already, but I'll just make it clear. You'll only be paying £27.95. That's all you'll be paying today. 4 gemstone strands, 115 findings, and 110 metres. And have a look at some of the pieces that she's made as well, because that too is exceptional. It really, look at that. Do you want to know the price of that garnet? £16.95. You're getting 110 metres, 115 findings, and 3 other strands for, what, like a tenner more? That is so spectacular. But I've got 70 left now, and that's with loads of you with it in your basket. It's really important you check out, because you're going to see how to create some of these stunning pieces. I love. Properly love. Tell me the truth, how much would you charge for that?
I have no clue. I mean, to be honest, there isn't actually a whole lot of work in it in terms of time, and normally that's the thing that takes, you know, that is the kind of the costing of it.
Yeah.
So in terms of kind of pure cost, you could actually be charging 20. I think because of the way that it looks, you could then be going up to 30, possibly beyond.
Because it's a very desirable piece, isn't it?
Yeah, so you've actually got more profit because it's not taking as much time as it might look like it is.
So you could, I'll be honest with you, I would be happy, very happy to pay for the set of this. So for the necklace and the pair of earrings, really happy to pay £45–50 for the necklace and the earrings. So essentially you could sell 2 pieces, make your money back, but you've managed to make all of this. And did you have any left?
Oh, quite a lot actually.
Did you?
I think let me just see. I think the only thing I ran out of was the green, is it agate?
The green agate, yeah.
With a bit of staging as well, but simply because it is actually dotted through the talk.
Through the, it is. Oh my days! I love that. I didn't even notice that. It is. It's dotted all the way around, even to the back.
And I was flipping a few of them around. I'm sure I'll find them later in the living room.
And you've done stages with some of that as well. So when we say stages, what we mean is, in a moment when we show you some of these designs, Teresa will go, and here's one I prepared earlier. So that's including those pieces as well. So you had a fair bit left, didn't you?
Yeah, and I've picked out the colours in the coloured strand. I had a very happy and relaxing time, just kind of sorting them all out. And I didn't touch the blues or the yellows that are in there. And I think there was quite a bit of orange left over as well.
Really?
I've put it in with the bangle, but yes.
I've just seen this piece.
Yeah, I can't get it to look nice unless it's on.
Oh my goodness, I'm going to put it on. I'm going to put it on.
I probably should explain the name a little bit. When I was putting this kit together, I did have in mind doing a butterfly, but when I got the pieces, it just wasn't doing justice to the garnet at all. So I went in a different direction.
Oh my goodness. Do you know what I feel like? Beyonce. And I don't know why. Maybe if you like it, then you should have put a ring on it. Sort of, That is so fab. And you created this bit yourself as well, it's just a quick ring. It's the first time I've hammered on the mandrel, actually. That was quite a bit of fun. That's it.
So but it's adjustable ring as well, so you could kind of tighten it up or extend it out.
Comfy as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Really comfortable.
Yes, I was going to wear it, but I thought it might get in a little bit of a way of wireworking, really. So.
Fab. I've had a text in. Alyssa Wood is so 2013. It's all about Bollybeathan this year. It's all about Bollybeathan. Afternoon, ladies. How stunning. Bollybeathan look rocks. Totally agree with that. If you've just tuned in, you have no idea. She said, when I said to her, what were you looking at? She's like, it's very Elizabethan Bollywood. Okay. I like it. Yeah, you're right. Bollybeathan. I'm so all over that. 2014. What gave you the inspiration?
Funnily enough, I had the small seed beads in, I think it was rose gold last time.
Okay.
Copper or rose gold, and I'd done a piece with that, and I had in my head sort of, I'd really like to use some seed beads again at some point. Yeah. And I think the JM gods read my mind, and so I got quite a few seed beads. Yeah. So I definitely wanted to kind of make them a bit of a feature.
You certainly have.
But the other piece, actually, I was a bit stuck on what to do, having kind of wandered away from the butterfly idea. And Wednesday on the Wall of Fame, Christine was on with a cage bead that I'd made in my last show. Her take on it. And I'm not quite sure why, but it just sort of, I think it just kind of reset to factory settings on the inspiration. So and that just kind of appeared out of it. So thank you, Christine.
What I will say to you is we are going to be seeing how to create some of these pieces in a moment, but it's going to be really quick on the phones for this now, because I've got 49, but I've got what looks to be about 6 or 7 people with it in baskets, and there are people on the phone lines for it as well. So it's really important you get your hands on it today, because don't forget, it should have been closer to £52 for all of this. 4 strands, including the most exquisite strand of garnet. Honestly, just beautiful. 110 metres, massive findings pack. Huge saving. £27.95, but I've only got 46 left. Do a favour for yourself. Don't wait till the end of this to purchase, because I know sometimes people will go, oh, Teresa, and you all get mesmerised. I do as well. You get mesmerised, and then you think, oh no, and then we've got none left. Especially because it's got seed beads in. This is going to be a real popular one. £27.95 for you today. So whereabouts are we going to be starting with this beautiful piece?
I'm going to start with the sort of crescent pendant.
This one here?
See if we can get through that, and then move on to the other one.
Move on to the other one then. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, most of it is actually quite simple. It just takes a bit of time kind of repeating. So I'll take out the repeat bits, and hopefully we'll get through all of that then.
Fab.
So for that piece, actually it's 2 sort of circles of wire. And obviously I need to make a circle, so
trusty
ring mandrel has to come out. And I just took it round kind of the bottom piece, so anywhere kind of Z or lower. It will spring out a little bit anyway, and it depends entirely on how big you want to make it, but I just thought I'll go for sort of largish. You could actually pull it out a little bit more or in a bit if you just wanted to kind of change it. Obviously it will be a bit different going along. I've got more wire than I need there because I only actually need 2 sort of bits. So then I've just got a coil, which won't go off that way because that's actually a bit bigger. Not a good start really.
No, it's fine.
Hey ho.
But you can make those any size you want, of course. If you want to be delicate.
Yeah, I mean the
earrings you went smaller.
And I think they were M, size M, that I went round. And it does change a little bit as to where you put in the curls, but you can just keep kind of snipping off until you get to where you want with the curls. Okay, so all I'm going to do with the first piece is flick wire around the studio.
Fine. It's all right, Cass has got her safety glasses on today. It's all right.
I'm in the studio, quick. Everybody take cover. And I've just taken a whole circle off of that one. Okay. And then the next one, you won't need a full circle. I can never remember which way around it's going. But it's worth sort of figuring it out by eye afterwards. So if you want to do the full circle and then just kind of keep sort of whizzing.
You probably only left off about a centimetre though, haven't you?
A little bit off, and then actually I've got enough to make another one on the rest of it. And then with the full circle, let me just get my little round noses. Okay. I just know where I am with those. All I'm going to do with the first end of it, first sort of
tail.
First tail of it is to curl that inwards. Okay. And just take it right the way around to meet again. Okay. And that's actually that bit done.
I see.
And then the other side, going to do exactly the same again. I'm just kind of trying to show the camera. Got nowhere for my wrist to go. Take that around again. That's actually quite big, but you get the idea. Take a bit of time over it, and then carry on, just sort of moving that inwards a little bit to create that sort of curl.
Okay.
And it really just depends on how you want to sort of
how you want
it to look.
Okay.
Obviously, what I'm eventually going to have in here is the drop. So there needs to be enough space for that. The garnet drop. But you can actually move it a little bit later on anyway. The second one, with a little bit kind of chopped out, is going outwards. So take the end again, but instead of curling inside, you want to curl it outside. It does take a little bit more effort because you're kind of trying not to pull it out of shape, really. And then the other side, do exactly the same on that one. Is
this where the Elizabethan thing came from? Because it does look a bit like that Elizabethan lettering, doesn't it?
I'd made all the pieces and was looking at it and thought, oh, Becky's bound to ask me. I've never got anything to say. And
you know me too well.
And it just kind of like, well, it's sort of a bit Elizabethan and a bit Bollywood. And it's
It's
Elizabethan Bollywood.
It is. I think to me those letters look like the quill writing almost, doesn't it? So from the Elizabethan era.
If I see it on the catwalk, I'll know it's my idea.
Yeah, it's yours. I love the Elizabethan era, and you can sort of see it through here, can't you?
Yeah, and I think with having the kind of the sort of copper wire as well,
colouring.
It really just kind of lends itself to it. Now with these two, just see if I can kind of keep my fingers a little bit out of the way. What you'll find is this one that you've curved inwards. Is the inside one,
okay.
And then this one kind of sits outside, and the minute you put those together, you have actually got that shape sort of forming.
Yeah. I see.
Obviously they're about the same size, so you might just need to kind of pull that wire outwards a little bit. And for mine, I wanted this dangle to be kind of at the bottom.
Yeah.
So I chopped that off a little bit and kind of moved it over a little bit. So I will kind of, actually I don't know if this one is, nip to the, here's one I did earlier, kind of stage. So yeah,
I see.
You've got that sort of...
It's more in the centre
right
there,
way.
isn't it?
And yeah, so you've got it kind of sort of sitting
in the centre.
I can't kind of move them around in my hands. So it's still quite a long way out actually, but you could put this where you wanted to really. Upside down for a start, that's not helpful, is it? There we go, so it's sort of sitting like that. I want that a little bit further round, but you get the basic idea.
Yeah.
And then I just wanted to kind of keep that shape a little bit, so give it a bit of a hammer. And I thought, actually this was just sort of saving time a bit actually, but I hammered them both together. So, and then if you do kind of hammer it out of shape a little bit, it's sort of still sitting together.
I've got the hammer coming up in a moment for you.
So this is on the back.
Mm.
I always tend to hammer on the back because I tend to make marks.
Yes.
No matter how hard I try, or how
gently I try.
Yeah. I've still made marks in it here and there. So I just kind of put it on the back, and then you don't have to worry about it. And this one, you do need to kind of be a bit careful because you do sort of need to hold it in place so it isn't sort of skipping around. So all I'm going to do is give it a little bit of a hammer. That side, and then turn it round.
And so why are we hammering this?
It just helps to keep its strength a little bit. It is actually really difficult to kind of show, but that is now sort of not moving anywhere, whereas a coil that I had sort of beforehand, it will just kind of bend. Once you've kind of put them together, it is quite solid anyway, but I just like to kind of have that extra sort of bit of solidness. And the other thing that it does do is it gives a bit of a flat surface, so when I'm wire wrapping it's got a little bit more of a purchase.
Yes.
Particularly because I'm putting beads on, and I don't want them kind of moving around the wire particularly.
I see, yeah, you don't want to move in. As I said to you, I will bring you the block and hammer now. Do stay where you are. They are separate, these that we're going to do to you. What I will say is 3, 6, 7, 8, 9 of you with it in baskets that Kate You need to check it out now. Now's your time. I'm going to bring you the block now. Now, this is your steel block. Wonderful Gemma Crow tried to post this to her friends. £6.50 it cost her. You're only paying £2.95 for the whole day today, no matter how much stuff you get. Now, this block, you need it for hammering. You need it for hammering on. Not only will you wreck your best dining table, which isn't what you want, but also it actually works with and against the chase hammer itself, because it is so strong, it almost puts the pack of power back in behind your hammering. This is your steel block. It's weighty and it's sizable, as you can see as well. The price on this today, £7.95 for you, even if you've not opened up your basket yet. I've got so much coming up for you today, you're gonna want to. And you're gonna save yourself on postage and packaging too. £7.95, and you're also gonna need to get your hands on the hammer too. Now, this is your wooden armed, what is this piece called? Handle. It's nearly there. Oh yes, the arm of a hammer. This is your wooden handled hammer, and this is so important because it's wooden. It means you're not going to get any of the reverb through. So of course you're hammering onto steel. So if this was any other type of handle, you would get that almost energy running through. It just makes it a bit uncomfortable. As well as this, you'll see you've got the lip section at the top here, which means that you can grab that bit and get really in very, very close and intricate to the wire, but then you've got the huge base of it as well, which is just great maybe if you've got dexterity problem, or also just to give you a really good purchase point, as we were saying before. Yeah. You've used the flattened end to strengthen this, and that essentially changes the internal structure of the wire, making it harder. And this is your ballpoint side, so it gives a nice textured look. Have you tried to use this for anything?
Yes, I think my block bears the scars from me trying to use that. Yeah, it is much better on the thicker wires actually, just because you've got more space to show it. I did sort of, I think it was one of my moments where I was kind of hammering the block rather than the wire. I just kept missing it every time. But yeah, I mean, it does have a really nice kind of dimple texture. Yeah. And if you do get quite a lot of marks in your wire, and particularly, you know, it might be on the back, but you still don't want it to look like you've kind of marked it. You can actually disguise it by going over with the dimples. It'll be flat one side where the block is, and then dimples on the other.
Fab. £6.95 this is for you today. The block, sorry, is at the bottom of the screen, £7.95. Get them as a duo today. It's coming in at just a few quid, isn't it? £6.95 for this today. Fab. So we've hammered, it's strengthened, it's in shape, it's in place.
Yep.
Now the wrapping. 025.
Yes. I have had a thing about using 0.4, and I just kind of thought, well, that does the job. It's fine. It's fine enough for what I want to do. It grows quite quickly. It's got the strength with it. Why do I need to use the 0.25? And by this one, I did ask for it specifically, because it just does give such a finer kind of look to the weaving. Yeah. It doesn't grow as quickly, although it still grows pretty quickly. It does, doesn't it? Yeah. But the look that you can achieve with it is just so much more delicate. I have actually kind of fallen in love with it. It's my favourite gauge. Yeah. I absolutely adore it. And it is still really strong. I was worried about it not being strong enough to kind of hold gemstones.
Still strengthy.
Still very strong. I haven't had any kind of breaks unless I've kind of kinked it and then been trying to pull it through gaps.
But you get that with even slightly thicker ones, wouldn't you?
Yeah, so I think that's the only thing I would take care, don't get a kink in it. If it's looking like it's sort of going round, just unfurl it and straighten it out. Other than that, it's absolutely fine. So what I'm going to do, I took a slightly longer piece, and this is just for demo purposes, and took the inside of the curls. And then on the front face, I kind of started with the tail of the wire, and then did 5 wraps around the. Actually, I probably only did 3 on that bit, just to get to anchor it, is it? To anchor it, and that's where the beads are going to be strung on. Fab. Once I've got those 3 wraps, I'm going to take the outside one, and I'm just going to double check, because I have kept sort of changing wrapping. I'm doing a lot of wrapping lately. I keep changing numbers just for, you know, just for fun, and
Bit of
then
difference.
yeah, and then I can't remember what I've done. I'm just going to hold that. I mean, it will move around afterwards, but it's worth just kind of figuring out where you want it to sort of sit.
Okay.
And that's kind of sitting in the place I wanted to kind of be eventually. The wire has come through between those two now, and I'm just going to take 2 wraps on that outside edge. If you're using the 0.4, I would tend to kind of put 1 wrap, but actually, because of it being finer, you can get away with 2. It's a little bit stronger, and you've still got that sort of spaced look, I suppose.
Okay.
And then just going to wrap again on the inside. They will move around a little bit, but it doesn't matter. And I believe I did 5 wraps on there, but I will just double check.
On the
It's
inside.
either 5 or 7. And it is actually 7.
So 7 on the inside.
If I pick 5, it's bound to be 7, really, isn't it?
Of course it is.
And then this has sort of gone through between the 2 again, just to show you where that is at the moment.
Yeah, I can see.
Going through, and then I'm going to take it around the outside wire, so I can't show this very easily because it will sort of move around quite a bit. But twice
That's a
around
good
that
thing
outside.
about that when you're weaving, though, because you've not got a locked end, have you? There's no sewing it through. You are just quite simply looping it over.
No, for this bit, no. You can just kind of go round. There's a little bit towards the end where I did do a little bit, so I'll talk you through that bit. So you just carry on like that until you've got sort of around the main kind of side of it, which I think was about sort of 5 or 6 of the outside wraps, probably 7, just because I say 5, it'll be 7 again, won't it?
Just want to let you know on screen the graphics are back up for this beautiful designer inspiration kit. Don't forget, in there you had 110 metres of wire, 100 of your 0.25, 10 metres of your 1 mil. You had 4 strands. You had 3 of the 2 mil agates in 2 different colours, and the quartzite in that beautiful orange, 125 carats on that strand. You also had that beautiful drop garnet, which is just such stunning quality, multicoloured, 95 carats. And I will say we've only got 29 left, and you know designer inspiration, the quantity, we want it to be high. Only got 28 left for you.
I was so pleased actually when I got those drops. I actually recognised it because we'd had some green garnet on.
Yeah.
The last show, I think they were sort of nuggets.
Yeah.
But it got that kind of the inclusions, the sort of the green
Totally.
sort of striations through it.
It
I
does,
thought, I'm
doesn't
sure
it?
that's garnet. And then obviously there's some red ones in there as well. It's
So
like,
you knew.
must be garnet.
You can
It's
tell
gorgeous.
straight away, can't you,
Yeah.
with this? Beautiful.
Yeah. Very proud of my gem knowledge.
Well
there.
done.
I'm doing better.
Well done.
What's that? So I've wrapped around here, and I can now kind of count. I have got 7. See,
Yeah.
I seem to be working
Fab.
in 7s on this one. So I've gone sort of 7 around the outside. I've got a couple of extra wraps inside on both ends, and what I'm going to do now is put the bottom gemstones on.
Okay.
Actually, what I did at this point was have a little bit of a think about where the gemstones were going. So I shall just sort of pull some of these out and hope I don't flip them all over the place.
I'm sure you won't.
Seed beads, I've already had a couple of escapees today. So I think I managed to catch them all. So the drop, chosen a really nice green one for this one. It's going to be sort of around about there.
Yeah.
And then these beads are all going to be sort of along the bottom. They won't sort of play on
see.
there. But obviously you can kind of decide if you want them sort of starting further up.
You can decide where you want them.
Then start them there. If you wanted to sort of cascade them right the way around, you could do. I've just put, I think it was like 7 along the bottom.
Fab.
Again.
Probably 7. Yeah, probably.
Today's show is
Yeah,
brought to you
it's
by
7.
the number 7.
Yes, it is 7. I've just counted. It is 7.
So we've got the wraps as we've kind of done so far. All I'm going to do is pop one of those lovely little red ones on.
That's beautiful. It's gorgeous, that colour, isn't it? That red agate.
Yeah, there are oranges in there and there are reds in there, and there were some that were kind of like, are they orange or a red?
That's off the multicoloured strands.
Yeah, it was the multicolour strand. So you can get away with sort of moving into the oranges as well. If you run out of reds, you should have plenty of reds on there. I certainly did. I didn't run out of those actually with all the staging and stuff. So that's on. It was coming up from the back, so I'm just going to carry on over as if I'd sort of carried on wrapping. It's just got the bead on there. Hold that bead in place, and then do a couple more wraps on the inside curl. And then what I wanted to do was just kind of fake in really. So I've got the same spacing on the outside, even though I've got a bead in the middle. So you wouldn't want 7 wraps, it would push it further over because the bead's in the space of some of those wraps.
I see.
So it was just a couple of wraps there, and then back over onto the outside for the 2 wraps.
I see.
And then carry on like that. So it's sort of two on the inside, pop a bead on, if you can find the hole. I will come on to better ways of doing this a bit later on. With that strand, actually, I did need to have them all off to sort them out, but otherwise you can take them straight from the strand. It's a lot easier. So another couple of wraps around after the beads on, and then on the outside there, and just carry on. Obviously once you've run out of the outside you can just carry on round just on this one, just with the same number of spaces around, and that will fill in the bottom part.
Wonderful.
And then for the top, at this point actually, well no, I will do it the way I did it, the way I kind of thought through it. There is a little bit of a sort of a cheat you can kind of shortcut because I've learnt. And then for the top, I actually had a couple of the orange quartzites, and then the drop.
Are they tangled up?
The drop. Sorry, I managed to tie a knot in my in
your quartzite. Well, whilst you're unknotting that, I'm just having a little poke through with this 2mm. Hey, your 4mm wire goes through these 2mm gemstones. I'm bringing you an alternative colourway now in wire. I would say the colours I'm bringing you now, they make it super Elizabethan, because you've got the really regal, this is 2mm, can you believe that? 4mm goes through a 2mm gemstone, it's fab, isn't it? This is your silver, very regal, very royal. You've got your vintage antiques bronze 0.6, and then you've got your really regal velvet purple as well in here. So this is your 0.6, this one's your 0.4, and the purple is 0.8. So you could recreate this look quite similarly, just with slightly different colours, couldn't you?
Yeah, yeah, and I would always put different colours wires together. I love putting the colours wires together. And actually I really love the silver and the antique bronze together.
They do look fab, don't they?
Yeah.
30 metres in total. Chocolate box tray Easter. I think we can all think of what brand Scott might have been thinking of when he named this. £11.95 for 30 metres. Nah. No. This price is phenomenal. £7.95 for 30 metres worth. And that's not even fiddly. You got 0.4, one of the favours, 0.6, great for your findings, 0.8, another massive favourite. Rings, Laura Binding does findings, rhymed, with this. They're useful, they're big, sturdy ones we've got in here, as well as really usable, really malleable weaving pieces. £7.95. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'll tell you the truth. We're not supposed to do this. I'll be completely honest with you. We have been told time and time again, do not bundle together 10 metres worth of wire. Just don't do it. But it's the bank holiday, all the managers probably on a beach somewhere, maybe in a beer garden if it's Anna Oxbury, having a cider. She's not here. £7.95. Don't get used to seeing this. Don't get used to seeing this, because you won't. And do you know what? This is a great one, because you might love antiques bronze and you might love silver, but you might never have tried coloured wire before. You've got this beautiful purple there. Give it a go at that price, you know? £7.95 for you today. Double buyers. I've got 2, 4, 5, 6 double buyers on this. There's loads of you with it in your baskets. The phone line may have a minor queue, but it is totally worth it. £7.95 should have been nearly 12.
Yeah.
Pah. We laugh in the face of rules here at Designer Inspiration.
The 10 metre reels are always really quite useful. Just for kind of testing out either the different colours, if you've not used it. We don't see very much purple,
no,
actually.
and I adore this purple.
Or the different gauges, if you don't tend to use that gauge very often. It's actually, you know, perfect size just to try it out and see if you like it. Exactly. Although I think 0.6, because you can weave with it, it does tend to go quite quickly. So,
it does go quick, doesn't it?
Yeah.
I absolutely adore this purple. I think it looks a bit different against the skin than it does in the reel, doesn't it? It's properly purple. Think of that chocolate purple. It's that. £7.95 for you today. You've unraveled it. Well done.
I have. I just wanted to show, if you've got the beads on the strand, the easier way, rather than kind of chasing them around on your mat, is if you just kind of keep hold of the strand, and this is a little bit curved so it might go a bit wrong. Normally I've got this sort of hooked around, that's kind of how I do it, hooked around, so I've got it straight. They're still on the strand. Then I'll just take the end of the wire, if I can, I'm a bit far out, and thread it through that way. You need to be a bit careful you don't kind of kink it through. And it's not going to go.
And then if you can't find the hole, it makes it much easier, doesn't it, as you can see?
It should make it easy. Normally it makes it easier.
It's the lights in here, though, it's quite tricky to see, isn't it?
Well, I'm sort of about twice the distance away than I normally am when I'm doing this.
Yes,
this is the sort of up close to your eyes kind of thing. It is through, so you can see there. So that's now on both strands.
Yeah.
And then all you need to do is take that strand out,
the temporary strand,
and it's
there
on
it
there.
is.
And certainly when you come on to kind of threading lots and lots of them onto a bit of wire, that's the easiest way to do it. So what we've got on here now is 2 of the little orange quartzites, and the drop of garnet, and then 2 of the orange quartzites. And you can just kind of decide where you want it to sort of sit. And then you're just carrying on with the wrapping this side. Because I wanted it to be a bit sort of forward on the piece, I took that wrapping wire, it's coming over the top in the front, and then I'm just going to take it over the top
so it
to
sounds
start
a little
that
bit
wrapping
proud.
again. Yeah, and then mirror what you've got on the other side. Just have a look at that from the front. It's a different number on the back. So you've got three wraps, and then we can go over to the outside frame for its 2 wraps, and then carry on, just kind of finishing that off.
Okay.
So I won't finish that, you know, that wrap by now. And then what I did actually sort of think is, will it just kind of sit nicely if you just kind of put a jump ring through there? And it didn't.
Okay.
It may well do for you, just depending on which ones you've got, but it did tend to do that. This has got wire on here as well, so that doesn't help.
Yeah.
But even when the drop was kind of on there, it still wasn't sort of where I wanted it to be.
Okay.
So what I then did was just kind of put my awl through between the 2 frames and just push that top one out a little bit. And then took another piece of the wire, did the same wrap between those struts. So if you want to just have a look on the one that's finished. So here, this bit of wrapping, it mirrors everything else, but it is actually a new bit of wire.
Yeah, I see.
And then you can thread the jump ring through one of the spaces.
That's clever.
Just to kind of, so it's sitting in the right place.
That's clever.
So that's that pendant done.
Isn't it beautiful? And you can see that this has just been finished off with your own made connectors.
Yes.
Your little swirls.
Yes, had
here.
a little bit of a play with the flower connectors.
Oh, the flower connectors I adore. With a gemstone in the middle, how clever are you?
That's the green from the multi-strand, actually. yeah, it was just sort of, it sat in there quite nicely. Just threaded it through and then twisted another little bit of the 0.25 on the back, and made two little wrap loops.
That's fab.
And then threaded the jump ring, and it's actually 8mm jump ring. I did make it with the wire, with the jump ring maker.
Yes, I know
With the 8mm mandrel in it. It just sort of sat quite nicely in there.
I think that's absolutely beautiful. Well, we have got 14 minutes left, so loads of time to see your next piece.
Let's slow down a bit.
We're going to be, no, take your time. Yeah. So we're going to be having a little look at how to create this beautiful piece here now. That is so regal. Do you know, it reminds me of a tapestry.
Yeah.
Doesn't it? Sort of.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That was really where
I always talk myself out of that then. Doesn't it? Does it? Does it? Doesn't it?
Well, I think that was really where it got kind of Elizabethan.
Yeah.
And it's the same basic sort of technique in the pendant as in the bangle.
Okay.
But completely different look because of the different colours, really.
Yeah, totally different.
Obviously, it's extended out and it's one set of diamonds rather than the two. So let's have a bit more fun with some seed beads. Now, for the pendant, I got my Eslon threads out and my needle, which I didn't manage to lose from last time. I thought I had at one point, but I do still have it. Yeah, and the bangle, just for the fun of it, really, just to test it out, I did it with the monofilament. I wasn't sure if the monofilament would go through with the wire in the beads, but it does.
That's good to know.
Yeah, so that's on the monofilament. So if you haven't got the Eslon thread, you can use the monofilament. If you've had a kit before, you've probably got meters and meters of it. But obviously with this, you're kind of threading it slightly differently because of it being kind of on the needle. You're going in one direction. So what I've done so far is I've started putting the beads on, just to kind of cut through a little bit. Actually, what is really handy tip I found on the web, if you're doing this kind of netting work with beads, is to draw it out beforehand, and then you can kind of figure out what path you need to go through.
Which direction you want to go back through and things. Because
I ended up with some bits that you couldn't do, and then you had to kind of go back into them. You can do that, but that's why I've got some already on there. And then I've just threaded 3 of the little green faceted. They quartz.
The agate, the green.
Faceted agate. One of the black ones from the multi-strand, and then 3. One of the black ones, 3, so on and so forth. So I've actually got 6 lots of the green. End with one of the black ones and then put another one on.
Okay.
And what I need to do is sort of the turn, and the very end bead's the one that's going to have wire through it as well, as is every other one of these black beads.
Eslon and wire through.
Yeah.
Wow. That's amazing. Yes. There's enough space. It really is, isn't it? Because they're so tiny. It's fab.
Yeah. So all I'm going to do with this is the sort of the top bead, and I just want to go back through
the second
black one.
Okay.
This is where it all goes wrong on
the
screen. Don't worry too much about my fingers are getting quite warm as well. Try not to put a knot in it, but don't worry too much about where that one's going until it's sort of done up.
Okay.
And then just grab hold of it again so I can show you a bit better. What you want is it all kind of tight, but what will tend to happen, and you can't really see very easily on here, just see if I can pull it out a little bit, is at the moment the hole is going this way, and the thread that you just put in is going round the edge of it.
Yeah, I see.
I want this bead to sit with the hole like that,
sideways,
so I can thread it through.
I see.
So I'm just going to take my needle back in
the first gemstone
if I can, pull it so it's
in where you want
I want it to be, horizontal, and then pull that thread tight.
Get you.
And then you've got it just how you want it to be.
need it.
It will move around a little bit on there later on if it does, you know, if you do need to readjust it, but it's better to have it where you want it to be. And then you're back down. I'll just do one of these just to show if I can get some of these beads off. I've had no problem with these strands at all, but carrying and getting all knotted up. Now this one, actually, you can take the needle through whilst it's on the thread. If you can't do it that way, another sort of useful tip is to take the 3 that you want, keep hold of them, sorry you won't be able to see them, but keep hold of them, keep them all lined up, take them off like that, and then if you can find the first hole, as if by magic, you'll then be able to just kind of follow through where that thread's come out. You might roll them around a little bit, but at least they'll be in the right direction. You can sort of put them through.
Okay.
It's just another way of getting
good tip,
getting them on there. So I've got 3 of those. So these have all been off because I needed to sort the colours out. One of the blacks, and then another 3 of these. See if I can do it again.
3 again.
Prove it wasn't a fluke. Yay!
Yeah.
So you've got those 3 on. Let's see if I can just kind of show you where we're at.
And that's creating, I see.
And then we want to skip this one because that's sort of the outside of the diamond, and you want to go through the next black down. Second free black.
I see that single one, yeah.
And this is why the design looks really good, but it's quite handy to have these extra colours in there so you know where you're going as well. You can
Very
put a track
clever.
on it. I think it does look nice design-wise,
I think
but
it looks
actually it's quite a
design-wise.
useful cheat as well. So there you've got your diamond, and essentially that's all you need to keep doing. Put in another one here. The reason I've got these here is because you do actually need those going sort of through. So if would it be easier just to kind of show you one? Actually, I've got one. Here's the one I made earlier. That'd be a bit easier if I can just kind of pop it on somewhere to show. So what I did originally, where I kind of started from, was this outside sort of section. We've just done that diamond.
Yeah.
I'm coming back down here to do another diamond, but then if you finished the diamond, you'd end up down here where you don't want to be.
No, I know what you mean.
So those beads that I put on originally are actually those 2 sort of cross ways. So I've already got those beads on, and then I can take this thread down here
To do the bottom one.
Go back up here, I've got that one as well, and then you're back up to the top doing these sort of bits, and then back down, and you're actually finishing here with this bead. And that's quite useful as well, that you're finishing on a bead that you're not trying to put the wire through.
Get ya.
All you need to do with this thread finishing it is just tie a little bit of a knot in it, use the needle to tie a knot, and then take the thread through some of the beads. And I got 2 threads through those little green agates.
That's mad. That's
And the
crazy,
needle.
isn't it? Wow.
So yeah, do take care. There were a couple of black ones that the needle didn't want to go through. If you force it through, and it was because I'd kind of gone several times, I think I was testing out
Yeah,
where
I
I was
see.
going. If you try and force it through, you will break them. So
Yeah.
if it doesn't go, get another one.
Do it, yeah.
Yeah.
Get another bit.
Get another one out.
Fab, I see.
Yeah. So it's worth just sort of trying a couple of threads on there to start with.
Just to give it a go.
Yeah.
Just to give it a go.
And once we've got that netting, then all we need to do is frame it.
Yeah. I love that.
Simple.
Simple as that.
Apart from I can't actually, there it is. It's on my block. Can't find my framing wire. I used far too long, actually. I think you probably just need about 40 centimetres, and then you've got
okay.
enough to worry about. The outside is slightly more wire than the inside,
Yeah.
but not enough to worry about. I tend to use more, and then if I want to do a bit of a curl at the end or change what I'm doing part way through, or so there is a little swirl on there, but you've got enough to kind of have the purchase to wrap that with as well.
Get you.
So I've got two of the wires, and actually what I did do, bit of a cheat to start with, is create one of the corners, just so I knew where I was heading, really.
Did you mention that? You just guess him.
Well, I know I want to go down away, and this is going to be across the bottom.
Fab.
This is the inside frame.
Get it.
The outside, I wanted the frame piece and somewhere to hook the thing on. So just put a little loop in it. And so the reason, you know, the advantage of having more wire than you need is that you can do that and you're not going to run out. The worst thing you can do is run out and you haven't finished it.
Especially when it's the framer.
Especially when it's the frame. You're kind of undoing it and starting again, really. There isn't an awful lot you can do piecing it in.
No.
So always worth having more than less. And you can use it for all the little connectors and jump rings and all that sort of stuff. So that's actually the frame and the way the frame's going to go.
Okay.
And then we just need to kind of get that in the frame, and I might need to just refer to that one again in terms of the wraps that I've done.
I'll loop it over here,
because what I think I wanted to do, yes I did, is the same wrap that I did on the crescent, I think I want to call it, just for ease of remembering and reference, really. So just with another piece of the 0.25.
Yeah.
And I did use quite a long piece on this one to try and get around. Doesn't matter. The real advantage of the 0.25 is if you need to put another one in, you really can't tell where it is.
Yeah.
0.4, yeah, if you look for it, you can find it. 0.25, really quite difficult to find.
And it locks as well.
Yeah.
In. You can't see it.
Yeah.
It's fab.
So just going to take that round a few times. I know I'm going to have kind of 5 wraps anyway, so I can take it, you know, enough to anchor it.
Okay.
And I think actually I did put the bead on to start with, just so I knew where I was going, really. So just going to take this. Basically, this is going to sit in like that.
I see.
With a bit of stretching out. I'll start right in the middle, so I should take this
the top black
this
bead,
yeah, and not be able to find the hole. And that, apart from me fiddling, went straight through, nice and easy. And then just take that up to the top of the frame. That's my way, my side. Hold it where you want it, same as we did with the single beads, really, and then carry on wrapping. And you might want to do, same as I did on the other frame, a couple of wraps and then do the frame, then do the second sort of frame wrap
again.
just so it keeps that even right the way around.
Yeah.
So I'll pop that in now. We've got everything together. Do a couple of wraps there, and then carry on around with this one. And try not to hook it on the little loop, which I'm going to do every single time just because I'm holding it a bit strangely.
I see.
And that's your 5, I think. So then we'll go over with those 2. And it literally is just carrying on around like that. And basically once you sort of come to where you think that needs to sort of sit in, pop that one in. It will take its natural sort of rhythm. Obviously what you can do with this, because it's quite floppy at the moment, is you could pull it further sort of stretched long, or you can make them kind of wider. Because it's only sort of a 6 diamond piece, the frame will hold it quite sort of tightly. With the bangle, it's a bit more difficult to have that kind of pulled out. If I did it again, I'd probably put a couple of the frame struts around in the middle, because it is just sort of squeezing in on itself. Depends what the look is that you want, really. But yeah, so you're just going straight the way around with it on that. Keep sort of going around with this wire to make the loops on the outside, and these 2
wires,
the 2 sort of inside frames.
Yeah.
What I actually did, because they sort of hold themselves in place by the time you're down that way anyway, everything's held together and it's all wired in together. I just actually put a crimp bead between the 2 ends just to finish it off, really.
Yeah.
I did crimp it down, but then popped the little swirl over the edge of that, just to kind of hide that a little bit. And you'll notice with the bangle as well, I crimped the end because that one obviously you don't need to sew right the way through. You can actually take it from one end and take the two bits of the monofilament round. But obviously once you get to the other end you need to do something with them, so I crimped it instead of that sort of, not the bead right on the frame because I wanted to go through that, but the one above that is actually a crimp rather than a bead on that end.
Clever, I wouldn't have noticed.
So that's it. As I say, without sort of standing here wrapping, that's as much as I can show you. But if there is any difficulties with it, if you have any difficulties, just send me a message on Facebook and I'll help you out with that.
Tell people what your Facebook is.
It's Teresa Kennard Designer.
Teresa Kennard Designer. Now we've been chatting about 025, so Scott's brought me these goodies in. 100 metres of 025 in antiques bronze, 100 metres of 025 fuchsia. Ooh.
They look nice together.
Let's do my pink first. Let's do fuchsia first. 100 metres. Now I know that this looks like baby spool and mummy spool, oh, but they are the same amount. They are the same gauge and everything. It's just that this one you'll be able to see only goes to this centre bit, whereas this one goes right into that little nuke. See? See? It's exactly the same. 025 100 metres. Fuchsia, your price today. £9.95, 100 metres. Could you imagine creating this almost tapestry one? I'm going to keep calling it a tapestry. Instead of doing the green, maybe picking out all the reds or all of the quartzite, and then having still your base wire like that, but with this pink.
Yeah.
That'd be fun, funky, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think that's the thing. I'd kind of looked at it and I thought Elizabethan, Elizabethan Bollywood. Yeah, depending on what colours you kind of did with that, it would change the look completely. It would sort of freshen it up completely.
Actually, with this pink, it would be even more. Oh, sorry, I'm just like that. Oh, I just love it. Even with this, that's a very Bollywood colour, isn't it? That's even more Bollywood. Love, just love it. I've also got the antiques bronze for you today as well, and this again 025 100 metres worth. Antiques bronze, if we're going to be working that in with this, what feel do you think that would bring that perhaps the copper or the pink wouldn't?
I mean, actually putting the antique bronze and the copper together is lovely. Just gives it that little bit more of an antique-y feel.
Yeah.
I think if you did it all in kind of antique bronze, yeah, you kind of end up sort of the antique or steampunk arena. But putting it with other colour wires, it seems to go with everything, actually, the antique bronze.
You're right, actually. If we have a look at this, do you know the price? Price match. £9.95 for you, 100 metres of this. And I think they go together gorgeous, don't they? Really beautifully. £9.95. Teresa, you're a little gem. There's loads of you coming in for that. What I would say is if you've written down the code of that designer inspiration kit, you're going to have to be quick, because I'm in single figures for that at the moment. Should have been £51 something. You're getting it for £27.95 today. And that's coming in at the bottom of your screen in mere moments. So I'm heading back over to you in about 30 minutes. What are we going to be creating, looking at?
I don't know where they've gone, actually.
Either I am like this, looking around.
Yeah. It's a little bit more wire, but I was thinking about it kind of being a bit more sort of ribbon-like. A little bit of kumihimo in there as well, and more seed beads.
Ribbony, kumihimo-y, wiry seed beads coming up after this very short break. Stay there.
Are you new to jewellery making? Then tune in to our Designer Inspiration Show every day between 1 and 5 for our new 2 sections. We'll help you get started and give you all the knowledge and inspiration you need. Also, we'll be introducing you to a new medium every day. Whether you're a beginner or intermediate, we've got everything you need to get you started with a new hobby. The Designer Inspiration Show, only on Jewellery Maker.
Get involved with Jewellery Maker by sending the studio a message during our live hours. You can send a text to 60777 and start your message with JM Studio, or alternatively, go to our website and click on Watch the Live Show, simply type your message into the box and press send. Make sure you stay tuned in case your message is read out. Get interactive with Jewellery Maker.
Book now to take part in the Gemporia experience. Take a behind-the-scenes tour of our TV studios, meet the presenters, and learn about gemstones and jewellery. The price of £169 includes an overnight stay at the picturesque White Swan Hotel, a buffet lunch, refreshments, and a 3-course dinner. Dates are limited, so call or email us now for an experience you'll never forget.
Jewellery Maker course gift vouchers are now available. You can choose from a bronze, silver or gold voucher. Each voucher is worth a different amount that entitles you to put towards a course of your choice. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
If you miss a Jewellery Maker show, then simply go to our YouTube page where you'll be able to find hours of Jewellery Maker footage. Search by show, date or type. Alternatively, search by guest designer by using our playlist page. You can also find hours of tutorials with handy hints and tips to give you inspiration. Our YouTube page is updated on a daily basis, so you can access any show at any time. Stay in touch with Jewellery Maker.
Hello, my name is Becky. Welcome to Designer Inspiration. I have got threading materials galore. I have got more of the big four. I've got Kumihimo discs. I have got extruders. I have got Superstar Buy. And to go beautifully with this Superstar Buy, I'm going to set lovely Teresa a bit of a challenge. If you're not sure what a challenge is, it's like a challenge but said with a weird accent. We are going to give Teresa a challenge, and what we let her do is we give her around an hour and a half to play with the gemstone. She's allowed to help herself to anything behind her, so there's wire in there, findings, threading materials. But the gemstones have to be the star, and she has got a super bundle which I know a lot of you are going to fall in love with. It's one of your favourite colours, and it's a gorgeous selection we've got here as well. You have got your 9 carats of clear quartz in the 2mm plain round. So if you're planning on giving a go of what lovely Teresa's already created, you could actually create it with this set as well, couldn't you? Especially with those 2mm. You have got 130 carats worth of this aquamarine nuggets, but I really want to draw your attention to this, because these are not what you'd think of as a nugget, are they? Wow. Wow. You know what they're like? They're like sweeties. Or cubes of ice that have sort of melted away a bit. They've been sat in your sangria too long. It's a bit like that, isn't it? They're not what I would think of as nuggets. When I think nuggets, I think jutty outsides and, you know, different angles. But these, very soft, very smooth. Do you know what they remind me of? Tumbled pebbles. You know, tumbled pebbles that you get, or pebbles that have been washed up or been on a beach, and they're always soft and smooth. That's what you've got with this strand. 130 carats worth, and these are 10 by 60. There's not even a variation in size. Really gorgeous nugget strands this. And I need to draw your attention to this. Wow. This is so exquisite. Blue topaz, just take a look. This is a lengthy strand. Take a look at the clarity on this. You can actually even see reflectings of around the studio. It's so clear, can't you? The faceting is superb, all hand faceted. You've got the diamond shaped faceting around the sides, but then on the base it's almost a spiral out from the center in these really interesting triangular shapes. It's got a gorgeous, gentle blue tone with it. And honestly, if I was to work with that, I would be working in some aquamarine. Oh my goodness, this aquamarine has spacers. Aquamarine and blue topaz. Now, this strand, it's blue topaz. We know about topaz. We know it's one of the hardest gemstones to get your hands on, not only due to the rarity, but also due to the mining process for this gemstone. We know that it's got so much myth and legend behind it. It truly is exquisite. And we know that this is a high-end strand. It's rest on your eye clear. It's beautifully faceted. The strength of hue is delectable. $21.95 this strand is alone. So you've got to get an idea in your mind of where we're going to be going on the price for all of these. So $21.95 for this lengthy, let's be honest, strand, 22 centimetre strand of this. That's really exceptional. Now, $21.95, remember that for the topaz, because you've got to get an idea in your mind of where we're going with this. You've got these beautiful aquamarine nuggets, 130 carats, and you've got these stunning seed beads, which will go beautifully with any design. But if you're going to create what Teresa's created with a slightly more subtle colourway, or if you've got a bead loom, these are going to be great for you as well. 9 carats worth on them. It should not be, can I just point this out? Very important. It shouldn't be $27.95 by any stretch. It should have been £41.20. £41.20. £21.95. That's the price of just the topaz. £44 it should have been, over £44. So you're buying, I don't think I've ever said this, buy a beautiful, absolutely really high quality 50 carats worth of blue topaz, and then just get some aquamarine and some quartz for free. Why not? I'll tell you why $27.95 came on, because that's the price we were going to go to today. But there's been so many of you out there today. There's been so many of you just absolutely enjoying the sun. You're all in that feel-good mood. You've seen these gorgeous blues. We're just giving you a cracking price for it today. £21.95. This is exceptional. There's a fair few in baskets, so make sure you stay where you are. Do you know the fact that I would be more than happy to pay £25 for this strand of topaz from here? If this is $25.95, I'd be chuffed, this beautiful strand of topaz. But the fact I'm getting the topaz for less than that, and also getting 2 free strands, you're paying nothing for these. Nout, zilch, zero, no comprehende. You know what I mean. £21.95 should be paying just for this topaz. And trust me, when you get this home, you're going to see that quality there. You're going to see why this is $21.95. You're going to expect it to be more, in fact. Beautiful ocean blues in this today. What I will say is those 3, 6, 9 of you, check out your baskets for me online. The quicker you do it, the better it is for you, because then you know you've got it. There's none of this, oh no, I've missed out, I didn't click quick enough. Malarkey. £21.95. You buy topaz, you get those free. I say you buy topaz, you get aquamarine and quartz for free. It's not quite as cool as the guy. Do you know the guy who does that? You know, you buy one, you get one free, and he's got the bald patch, hasn't he? And he's got like hair everywhere else apart from on the top. Him, buy one, get one free. Here's my niece's landlord, right? Genuinely, and he drives a pink Cadillac. No word of a lie. Tell you what, those adverts have paid off well, haven't they? Oh, jeez, £21.95. It's such a stunning deal on this today. It truly is. £21.95, and it's going to go gorgeously with my superstar buy later on. And do not forget as well, this is Teresa's challenge. So get it now, and then later on get your inspiration. Any ideas pop into mind, Teresa?
I know what I want to do. I think it's only going to be one piece because I think I might be a bit stretched to get it done, but it is going to be very Easter-y.
Eastery. Chick? Are you making a chick? A very cold blue chick.
Something like that, yeah.
An egg. I've got it. I'm on the nose. I've got it. £29.95. We'll be showing you how to create an egg later on with this. Trust me, it's Teresa, so it'll be cracking, I'm sure. £21.95. Sorry, that was naff. Blue Ocean by Topaz. You get aquamarine and quartz for free today. Now, we are talking about topaz there. That is one of the most luxurious gemstones in the world. It's something that everyone, I think, knows the name of. But I have got for you now something that's going to go perfectly with this. 925 toggle clasps, 3 different types, and one in particular for me is just springing out. If I showed you this and just said cameo, have a look. Can you imagine, because this is 925, get your piece of polymer clay, get your t-shirt transfer, picture, photograph of a loved one, photograph of, you know, a grandchild or your partner, and just inlay that into there, bake it all together. That's a beautiful pendant and totally unique. It's got that cameo feel to it, doesn't it? So you've got this centre circle on this 925, which is smooth, but then you've got this outside almost twisted rope effect, haven't you? And then you've got the T-bar that goes along with it, which has the same look. So can you see if I'm holding this sideways, you've got the flat one at the top and then the rope effect underneath. And you've got the ball effect on the end as well. That's so stunning. So that's one style that you'll be getting of the 925. You've also got, I always think of it as almost looking a bit gizmoed, these ones. 925 again, it always looks like a gizmo toggle clasp, doesn't it? With the T-bar. And these ones are around 24 mil, the T-bar, and the round is 14 mil. And if you love that style, I'm giving you the same style but in a different colourway. So this is 925 with the added bonus and luxury of being coated, dipped, slathered, if you will, in rose gold. So it's the same effect, just a different colour. And in fact, if I show you these together, could you imagine these as little charms? If you like that mixed metals, that steampunk look, wouldn't they be fab little charms? So you're going to be getting 3 of these in total. Now it is 925, we're talking seriously luxury. We're talking totally high end. For a toggle clasp, you would really only want to work with 925 if you're going for that price. Now on our website, currently, that's the price you're getting. £14.95. However, these have actually only been on air once before and they were in a kit. So we're going to bring you a cheeky deal on these detailed toggle clasps. £14.85. You're not going to believe this. £7.95. What? £7.95. Think of the work that goes into these, and it's important to point out as well, I don't know if you'll be able to get it, but because they are so large, the actual 925 stamp is just here. You can actually see it quite bold to eye. So when you're getting things like this valued, when you're working with a piece like this, people are going to see that and recognise it and know that you're talking quality. Now, loads of guest designers say that when they're selling their pieces, if they give the option to their customers to pay a little bit more for the 925 than they would the normal metals, then they will always go for the 925 option. Possibly because it's luxury, possibly it's something to do with you know, allergies. I know a lot of people have very sensitive skin, don't they? And actually a lot of people who do have sensitive skin, when it starts to get warmer, their skin will even become more sensitive. With 925, you're not going to have as much of a problem with that at all. You're really not. So that means that everyone could wear these. They truly could. £9, £7, £9.95. I'm trying to take the price up. And £7.95. Should have been closer to 15 today. That is an exceptional saving. It's only been on there once, it's been in a kit, so you've probably not had the chance to own these. This is your chance, because just because it's £7.95 now doesn't mean it always will be. I've got lady in Hampshire purchasing 3. I just saw Cheshire then. Who's in Cheshire? Don't know. I think I'm just making places up now. Oh, that's sad, isn't it? It was on there and then it disappeared. Greater Manchester. I've got Marilyn, Gillian, Angela, Sharon. That always sounded like I was saying it as one name then, didn't it? That would have been a long name, wouldn't it? Marilyn, Gillian. There's loads of you purchasing these. Thank you very much for getting your hands on this. Denise, I like the amount you've purchased, my love. Christine as well, you're getting yourself a few of those. They're never going to go out of fashion, are they? And they're going to be high quality. 925, it's got the name. And let's face it, let's be totally honest about this. Have you noticed the price of silver? It is going up and up and up. Astronomically. It truly is. Have a little look. Have a research. Have a research. Genuinely, we've been told time and time and time again about the price of silver is rising pretty much week by week. It truly is. So get it now whilst you can at £7.95. What I will say is use lots with it in your baskets. Just check it out. Do you get this reference? Check it out. Check it out.
I thought I had until you started singing.
Right. Just because I was out of time and out of tune doesn't mean you shouldn't get it. Supermarket sweep. Next time you're at the checkout and you hear the beep.
Okay.
Just okay. Mark didn't get it either. I said to him, well, what did you used to watch if you didn't watch Supermarket Sweep? And he went, well, I was working. So, all right. Awkward. All right, rub it in. £7.95. QYGC 95 for 3 toggle class. Should have been closer to 15 for you today. Treat yourself. How? Oh. How do you feel about some wonderful Wirework extra goodies now? Brought these to you the other day and they flew out. 50 left in total of these. These are your wonderful drawer plates for your Viking knits if you've got a lazy daisy. Let me get them out for you. You've got 2. Now, how many holes did these have? If I remember, was it 32? I think it was. Because you've got 5, 10, 15 different sizes in this one, and then you've got, I'm sure it's 32, you've got different size holders. So these are essentially our new drawer plates, and these, I've only got 50 though, and these are for if you're into your Viking knit, or you're into losing your lazy daisy for anything. These have got your drawer holes in there. So the difference with the lazy daisy one that you have at the moment when you buy it in our kit is the drawer plate itself only has 11 of these sized holes. These have got 32. The largest size that you've got on here is a 10, which is a larger, in fact it's not, what am I talking about? It's a 14.5, it's down here, which is larger than the one you get on our 11 choice. And look at this tiny one here, 1.5. Now, Spellbinding, Laura Binding, made a lazy daisy strand with this and drew it through this drawer plate size, and it looked like a chain. It was so beautiful. It looked like she'd made her own chain. It was so gorgeous. You've got the different sizes on here, which means you're going to get really different looks. And if you did manage to get your hands on the newer Lazy Daisy with the 12 different loops as well, you can create really intricate, tiny, tiny effects, but then you can make these chunky, almost spaced sizes, which can actually encapsulate your gemstones. They're super duper easy to use. It's your wire draw pate. You're getting 2 of these. The price today, £7.95 for you. Yes, you people who have been waiting on the phones for this, £7.95. Yep, absolutely, for these 2 paddles today. It's so wonderful. It works with any type of metal you want to draw through these, and the holes do range in size from 14.5mm to 1.5mm. You can work harden with these, you can smooth out your knits with these, you can crochet, you can smooth out woven and crochet. Don't think it's just for the Viking knit. Crochet pieces, your weaving pieces that you've done with this as well, you can create that looks too. And actually, do you know what, with the 1.5 one, say you've got wires that you've twisted, or even any of the small, larger ones, you've got any wire that's twisted, you know sometimes it can get a bit of a kink or a bit of a knot, you can't quite get it out because it's twisted so much. Just draw it through here, flatten it out again. £7.95 for these 2. I've not got many of these left though. I've got hardly any of these left. I've got a foot in the last chance saloon, almost there. £7.95. Once they're gone, they're gone. 20. I'm well in the last chance saloon. I'm at the bar. I have got for you now threading madness. If you are new to Jewellery Maker, or if you are just getting ready for your bonanza of a craft fair, then I've got some findings packs for you here. Findings packs, threading packs for you here. The lovely thing is I only have to get one out because they're all the same. Monofilament, elastic in the blue. You've got that gorgeous royal, almost navy blue beading thread, sometimes known as tiger's tail. You've also got in here your wax cord in the blue again, your organza ribbon. Oh, oh hello. Feel like a magician. And you've got that in, how would I describe that? I don't know, regal blue, and then you've got this gorgeous sky blue as well. Ocean blue, okay, ocean and sky blue, yeah, I see that. And then you've got more of the wax cord in this almost stainless steel colour. You're going to be getting the organza bags. Now, imagine this, but 5 times, because that's what I'm bringing to you. Look at all of that. Isn't that spectacular? So you're going to be getting 5 navy blue beading threads, 5 of your blue elastics, 5 of your monofilaments, 5 of your stainless steel coloured wax cord, 5 of your blue wax cord, and 5 of the organza in the ocean blue, and 5 in the sky blue, and 5 of these whopping organza gift bags. Should be £24.75, of course. How do you feel about single figures for this price? No, I'm not joking. Do I mean £9.95? No. Joe, it's hilarious. You know, sometimes that happens, doesn't it? And we have to take the graphics up and redo it. Scott just went in my ear, oh no! Sounded like, oh, I don't know. Do you sound, you know, you sounded a bit like that woman from Last of the Summer Wines. You know, the one who had like the wrinkly stockings. What was her name?
Nora Batty.
Nora Batty. Oh, Scott. I mean it as a compliment. £7.95 for you today. It's not £24 something, it's just £7.95. Can you believe that? So what is that? How much is that off that? That's way better than half price. Way better. Well, aren't we talking more like 60-70% off or something? £16 off, is it? Come on, Nora. He's got a calculator in front of him. He still can't do it. It's still taking him ages. Ryan's talking and I'm confused. Oh, come on. Someone stick the kettle on for us. What am I doing here? This is worrying, isn't it? The nation is waiting with bated breath. People at home have already worked it out in their head and they're screaming at the screen. Come on, Scott. I can't do maths at all. That's mine. It was £24.75 minus £7.95. Still not. £16.80. Yay! Woo! £16.90. That's how much you're saving on this today. That is so exceptional, isn't it? So what saving is that? Oh, don't ask, Becky. Do not ask. Don't get him to do percentages. But that's, well, it's over 60%, isn't it? Closer to 70, is it? That is so spectacular. £7.95. It's a real treat for you today. DWGC72 is the code on this, and you're getting so much in here. And do you know what this is fab for? Parties, jewellery maker parties. What about raffle prizes at your jewellery maker party? What about if you maybe, you know, work with children, or you maybe do, you know, after school clubs and things like that? What about this to give to them? Because at £7.95 for all of this, I don't even dare guess how pence this would be per item, wouldn't it? That'd be it. Great as raffle prizes. If you do your jewellery parties, if you do your workshops. What about if you do workshops? Get your hands on this now. If you do anything involving a group, maybe you do like a jewellery making group with your friends, and you just head over at the weekends and you sit and make some goodies. I've got over 23 of these gone now. You need to get there quick. What about fundraisers? It's getting to that time of year, isn't it? We've already had sports relief, but at this time of year when the sun comes out, you know, all the schools or the local fates have loads of fundraisers. What about doing as your bit for charity? Maybe working with some of the local people in the area, creating some beautiful pieces that they can be sold on to make, you know, money, or maybe for just charity work. Because you've got so much here. You could lead a class with all of this, couldn't you? Really? Throw in a couple of gemstone strands and you're sorted. You really are. And I have got that Kumihimo disc coming up for you in a little bit as well. So you can use so many, well, you can use all of the materials actually in here, can't you? All right, maybe not the organza bag, but still. £7.95, that's all you're paying, and truly is a whole lot of thread, isn't it? Get your hands on it whilst you can. Over £16 saving. Now join us after this break, because lovely Teresa is going to be creating some mixed media pieces. I'll see you after this.
The fastest way to shop with Jewellery Maker is by going to our website. Just click on the sign up button. Once you've filled in the required details, you can start shopping. You can watch the show by clicking the Watch Live button on the front page. You can also use our Refine tool and narrow down your search. Once you've found an item that you like, just simply click on the Buy Now button and the item will be added to your basket. Don't forget you can add as many items to your basket per day and still only pay 1 P&P. Enjoy shopping with Jewellery Maker.
You can now keep in touch by liking Jewellery Maker UK on Facebook. Get interactive with Jewellery Maker.
Do you need a helping hand to get started with Jewellery Maker? Are you stuck for ideas and need inspiration? Then visit our Jewellery Maker website, where you can find our video tutorials. Expand your knowledge and skills with these easy-to-follow jewellery making demonstrations. Whether you're a beginner, hobbyist, or business owner, there's always something new to learn. It couldn't be easier. Simply click and learn some new jewellery making techniques.
When you place your first order with us, you will receive a free booklet and DVD full of handy hints, tips and tutorials to help you get started with your new jewellery maker hobby.
Welcome back to Designer Inspirations. Thank you very much for joining me. Designer Inspiration is your afternoon show where not only do you get cracking deals, beautiful gemstones, you also get a designer who gives you inspiration. And today it's the wonderful Teresa. Teresa, if people have just tuned in, what should we expect to be creating now?
It's a wire piece, but I've tried to drape it like ribbon. With a bit of kumihimo sort of thrown in for good measure.
This is spectacular, isn't it? I adore mixed medium work. For me, it's just, it adds a different depth to your pieces, I think. Add another string to your bow today, and I've got to admit, this kit's going to help you out. Maybe you've only done wire work before, but you want to add another string to your bow. You want to get other people involved. You want to maybe grab another audience. This is going to be your chance, because I'm not just bringing you wire and gemstones, I'm going to be bringing you materials that you can kumihimo with, including these two beautiful colours of this gorgeous, gorgeous satin cord. You've got this lovely maroon, and you've got a really delicate, what are we saying? What do you think? Peachy, peach, yeah, I like that. Peaches and strawberries, oh yeah. As well as that, you're going to be getting some threading material, so you've got your elastic, your monofilament and your beading thread. Beading thread's an interesting one, almost an olivey green actually. You've got your wire too, loads of it here. Your favourites, when I say your favourites, I mean like if it's your favourite, then it's your favourite. If it's not your favourite, then, you know, I don't want to get things wrong. 0.4. We had it out of stock for ages and people needed it back in. We've got it back in. You've got 100 metres worth of your antiques bronze, and sticking with the colour tone, a metre of your 10. No, I did it again! Why do I keep doing that? I do it all the time. 10mm wire. I just see the one and I see the 10 and I go, oh yeah, of course, a metre of 10mm wire. The other way around, 10 metres worth of 1mm you've got here, and you've got a findings pack just to tone it all together in your antiques bronze colour. Everything you could see on screen, then now you will be getting, including those really delicate, really cute, really sweet little flower spacers that we actually used in the first designer inspiration, didn't we? So if you got your hands on that 025 in the antiques bronze earlier, why not get this kit now, because you'll be able to make this piece, but also you've got enough in there, including that 025 if you got it before in the antiques bronze, to make our other designer inspiration, because you've got the little flowers in there, haven't you? And you're going to be bringing you 3 strands as well. These are so beautiful. If you love the seed beads, we had 1 strand on before, I've got another one for you here, 2 strands in fact. 9 carats of your smoky quartz, and 9 carats of your red tone agate. Now when we say tone, what we mean is you've got those really rich reds, you've got burnt umbers, you've got oranges, clears as well in here too. So you've got a real mixture within this shaded strand. And finally, 65 carats of this yellow chalcedony, and these are in your graduated faceted pairs. Really lovely hues that are going to go beautifully with that aquamarine. Do you know what? Right here. How pretty is this? That's my sea. This is my sand. Here's the hot sun. And this is some sort of cocktail I've got in my hand probably. Don't they go beautifully together? So, in here, let's reiterate. 9 carats of your red toned agate, 9 carats of your smoky quartz, both 2mm. And you've got 65 carats of your yellow chalcedony. These, by the way, it's 17 centimetre strand. It goes all the way to 15 by 10. 115 findings pack, 10 metres of 1mm, 100 metres of 0.4, 2 sets of your satin cord, 30 metres, and you've got your threading, your materials as well. The price should be £52.60, but as a very, very famous songstress once sang, shoulda, woulda, coulda means I'm out of time. It's not going to be that price. your price today is nowhere near £53. £21.95. £21.95. JPGC 75. £21 for all of this. It should be nearly 53. This is exceptional. 3 strands, 115 findings, 110 of wire, 30 metres satin cord, and all of these, £53 it should have been closer to. Do I dare ask? What's my saving? I don't ask, I won't ask. I'm sure you can work it out at home. £21.95. This is so special, and the fact that you're getting 110 metres of wire as well, including that 0.4, which I know is one of your favourites. £30 and 60 pence you're saving. So you've actually, say you had £53, you don't even have to give them half of that. You're actually saving more than you're spending. And you can see how to create these beautiful pieces. Wow. Wire and kumihimo. What gave you the idea?
Well, I've been, I suppose, playing with the idea of a lot of the pieces that I make are quite structural kind of wire pieces. And I thought there must be a way of making it look a bit more draped, a bit softer. So I was really kind of thinking fabrics, I suppose. So I thought, well, what if I kind of treat it as if it's ribbon? How would that kind of work? But so that was kind of the start of the kit. There's so much stuff in the kit. The reason why there isn't sort of an overarching theme with this one is there's so many directions that you could take it in. I just wanted to kind of have a bit of a play with all of them, really, a bit of an experiment. And the seed beads I love playing with seed beads. That beading thread is it was such a gorgeous colour. I had to use that.
I adore beading thread, and I love what you've done with it here. I think it's just fab. I have got kumihimo kit coming up for you later on, so don't worry if you do want to get involved with this oh so popular technique. We will give you the opportunity very soon to do so. This is such a gorgeous selection, and be honest with me, this piece here, how much should you look at selling this for? I know it depends where you are and things, but
yeah, I mean,
guesstimate.
it's not a difficult weave, but it does take a bit of time. So obviously there's that kind of time element to put in it. And I guess it would be the sort of upwards of 30 mark, just because it's a different look. And actually I had a bit of a decision to make in terms of what to do with the kumihimo around the net line, with having the 3 colours in there. I could have done it as just a plain one, which might have made it look a little bit more high end. Or you could put all 3 colours in there. They go together so well.
They look so
I sort of went for 2.
I love that you did that, and the fact that you can make and sell this piece for say £30 and upwards, but you're buying the whole kit for £21.95. You are saving more money in this than you are spending. You're saving about £36 on this today. That is so exceptional. We're giving you so much of this. It's stunning. I love that ring as well. What I will say though is, because it's a massive saving, you all know that. Recently with Designer Inspirations, I've been giving a lot of £16 savings, a few £14 savings, a few £12 savings. I don't think I've ever done a £36 saving before, especially when you've got such a variety of goodies in here. And this really is one to push your boat out. Maybe you're already kumihimo and you're already wirework, but you might not. You might have only done kumihimo before, but you want to branch out in a new direction, because let's face it, the more strings to your bow you've got, essentially the more people will buy from you, because you've got more of a variety, you've got more of different people's tastes. This is an absolutely stunner of a deal today of over £36 saving. Linda, Pat, Joan, Natalie, Jill, Kate, Linda, Diane, so many of you getting this. And don't worry, even if you've only done Wirework before, you've never done Kumihimo, I'll bring you the Kumihimo disc and everything else in a little bit. So I love these pieces. Love. Where are we starting?
I think we better start with the wire, and then we'll get on to the Kumihimo.
Fab.
When I need to give my fingers either a bit of a rest or a bit of exercise. Not quite sure with Kumihimo if it's sort of one thing or the other.
I know what you mean.
Different, I think. The bit that's kind of spiralling around is actually two pieces. So the piece sort of coming from here and going this way is one, and this is a separate piece of wire that I've kind of attached on afterwards. So I'm going to start off with the kind of the main piece.
Okay.
And I'm going to start at the top rather than the middle, which is a bit unusual, but I knew I wanted to kind of have the ends of the wire to kind of play about a bit with the drops on there. So I've taken a piece of the 1mm wire. It's probably about 50. It's still probably too long once again. But it's going to be kind of folded in half. Well, the eventual piece is 10-11 centimetres long.
Probably, yeah.
And then, you know, enough to sort of play about with. So that's plenty. And all I want to do is just get a little round at the bottom and have these two sort of coming fairly parallel. Now the biggest sort of key, I think, with this piece is where these wires are going. What I wanted was it graduating very gently outwards.
Okay.
Actually, the piece that I've got staged is a little bit, it's gone a bit wider than the piece there. It doesn't matter actually when you're kind of wrapping it round, even if it is a little bit uneven, having the kind of spiral around it,
sort of hide
it does mask it quite a lot actually. But the idea is just that they're not totally parallel, they are just sort of coming out very, very gradually. But we start off with them sort of fairly close together. Actually, they could do with being a little bit closer than that. I'd quite happily be closer than that. And then I'm going to take a piece of the 0.4 to do the wrapping with.
Yeah.
You actually need 3 or 4 metres of wire, of the wrapping wire for this piece. It is quite wire heavy because I'm going sort of backwards and forwards a lot.
Yeah.
Normally I'd say, okay, so you know, the most I tend to work with is an arm span's width, which is 1.5 meters. Because any further than that, it's knotting up, it's kinking. If you've got a dog, I'm sure they probably wouldn't be too happy being flicked with the end of a wire, and or you know, it's not the most sociable thing to have wire kind of whipping around all over the place.
True.
However, I have come up with a solution to this problem, which means you could actually do it in one piece if you wanted to.
Oh.
Because we've got the kit on, you will find several of these in the kit.
It's coming up in a bit. Ooh.
I thought it was worth a try.
Yeah.
It does work.
Does it?
Obviously it weights it down.
Yeah.
So you've got to be a bit careful that it isn't sort of, you know, stressing the wire.
Yeah.
But basically, take the wire off your reel, wind as much as you want onto there to start with. You can use more. This is actually what's left over from what I was using still in here.
Yeah.
And then actually as you weave, it will sort of naturally kind of pull itself out.
Good.
But it's captured enough that it's not
too
sort
out of control,
wandering all over the place. If you tried to do it from the reel, the reel would be all over the shop.
Cracking tip.
So yeah, so very, very useful. We'll be using that
bobbins.
more often. If not, you can piece it. As I say, it doesn't show too much. Make sure you kind of put the two bits together on the back. But if you want to do it in one piece, top tip of the day.
Top tip.
So I'm going to start the weaving, and actually I want to weave right to this end.
Okay.
But if I do that, I'm wanting to hold it here, so these are open. I've got no purchase.
No, I see.
So if you start further up, you can then push it that way.
Where you want it.
Weave's fairly simple weave. it's actually 3 alternately. So we'll take this one, top strut first, and then just go around 3 times. Move over to the other one, and just move it out a little bit so I can just kind of hit around the ends there, and go around that 3 times. Oh, in the middle, preferably, and then back over to the top again, and 3 times, and that is the entirety of that weave.
So essentially it's a figure of 8. The only difference is you go over the top of the 8 3 times.
Yep. Yeah. I think it's what is commonly kind of called a 3x3. It's just three each side.
Yeah.
And once you've got a bit going, you can then just push that down to the end. In order to finish it off eventually, all I did was wind this tail through to go right the way around there.
I see.
But you just keep going with that to get as far as you want to get to. As I say, keep it sort of so these are just gently kind of opening out as you go.
Okay.
You can test by wrapping it round as you go, which is what I did to start with. If you want one that is that size exactly, what you actually need is well, it's 9 before you get to the sort of the bit where it folds over itself.
I see.
But if you do 8 centimetres, and then just sort of start moving inwards a little bit. Mm-hmm. So once you've wrapped 8 centimetres, just pull these wires just sort of slightly inwards, just so it starts narrowing down a little bit.
Okay. For
1 centimetre, and then you can just splay them out a bit.
Okay.
And that's where it's going to kind of head into that sort of point bit. And I'll show you that bit as it sort of is formed. This is a little bit shorter than the 8 centimetres.
Okay.
And I'll show you,
just to show you
I'll show you where I mean.
Fab.
So I'm sure this could end up being an insect or something. But so this is where I've kind of weaved. This is where I got to the 8 centimetre mark. Mm-hmm. And then I've just pushed it in a bit for another centimetre. Now it's kind of coming outwards. It's probably about another centimetre, but do a bit, and then actually if you need to wrap a little bit more afterwards, you can do. So all I'm doing with that then, if I just kind of flip it sort of that way, I'll go, just so I've got the room to do it, mm-hmm. Upwards, and just gently bend that wire around. Once you've got a certain sort of way, you're not going to be kind of pulling them apart. You can just take one of them and then the other one. And what we want to do is just get it so this bit is touching where that narrowest part is.
I see.
So it's just a case of just sort of keep working it around.
Loop it around.
Just keep sort of shaping it. You can take your pliers in there if you want to, but it's perfectly easy to do without. And then that is actually the looped part before you get down to the pendant itself. So I think it's just gone a little bit smaller one side than the other, but it'll do.
It'll do.
So that's basically all you're doing with that. And then you're just carrying on with that weave.
With the 3 and 3.
Yeah, you might need just a couple of extra wraps just to get it, because you're now kind of going over that other bit.
I see.
But that might just be that you need to kind of pull it through a little bit more. Just kind of see how it sort of feels really. And then you're just carrying on the 3. It that way again, it'd be a bit easier for me. 3 on that one, and then down to do your 3 again.
I see. So you continue with that same one then.
Yeah.
Fab.
And what you're trying to do now is just kind of move that out a little bit.
Yeah.
Because this bit is the bit that's going to kind of shape into a sort of almost a petal, I suppose. So I started off with ribbon and I ended up with a flower, I think.
Well, yeah, why not? Why not?
Hey ho. Maybe it's a vine or something, I don't know.
Maybe.
So I think all I did with that is took that through a few times.
Okay.
I'll just sort of finish doing a few of them. Sorry, catch you with the wire in a minute. And once you sort of get down a little way, that's when you can start putting the beads on. And it depends on how far out, how far apart the two bits are as to how many beads you're then wanting to put on there. It was the little, they red agate, these little ones. And all I want to do with these, they did kind of come off of the strand, is pop a couple of them onto the wire as you're wrapping it. I'll turn this round actually because then they'll sit in the right place on one side. Because this is coming up over the top, I want them that sort of side where it's going over. Do your wrap again with your 3 wraps. And then another couple on.
I've got some more of these little seedy type beads in this bundle here that's coming up now, and these are going to give you a totally different feel, this kit. These ones are faceted, they are slightly larger, but you'd be able to create the exact same look with this, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I mean this piece, I'll just wrap this on so they stay put a little bit. Basically I could fit sort of 4-ish along there. So basically you'd just put 3 on.
3 of this little labradorite.
Whichever would fit, yeah.
That's fab. I love that idea actually, because I think this is going to be quite a cooling alternative, isn't it? Different colourway.
Yeah.
This is your labradorite, 220 carats of these ones, and these are so dainty. 3 mil, so it's only a mil difference, like you say, just add one on. You've also got in here this blue colour-coated pyrite in these faceted pairs, 7x6 to 11x8, 20 centimetre strand, and I've just got to show you this one. Get ready to take a deep breath in. You ready? Take a look at this. Look at the quality of this. Schiller Matimbers. I have no idea where that came from. It's just what this makes me think of. Look at that! Goldens, blue hues. This is some high quality. Look at that gold. Not often you get this gorgeous gold Schiller through labradorite. Not greens, yellows, golds. Oh my. This is such an exceptional strand. And do not forget, you don't get anywhere near as pack of a punch from these. How beautiful.
They are gorgeous. I think that one, it's almost red.
Eyes of a Hawk, Teresa, I love it. Have a look
thought
at
I'd
this
seen
one.
red and I thought I don't say anything in case I was seeing
Just in
things.
case. Red. Look at that. Oh. Oh. That's my Furby impression. Other talking animals are available. You've got, this is a high quality strand. You can see that instantly. This is your 220 carats worth. 14 mil of the small strand of labradorite. You've got 22 carats worth of this. These are your 3 mil facets, and then you've got your blue colour pyrite, which is 95 carats worth on 20 centimetre strand. Your price, £19.85, but we want to offer this to you as an alternate colourway. So type that in, LSGC89. It's a discount code. Until 9 o'clock you will get all of these 3 for just £14.95 for you today. This is a sweet little saving for a delectable set of strands. The quality is superb on all of these, and it's just going to give a cool and relaxed feel, doesn't it? And this labradorite, surely you'd pay that for this labradorite. It's seriously high quality, isn't it?
It is gorgeous. It's absolutely gorgeous.
It's stunning. Get your hands on this today if you want a little bit of a different colour pop. £14.95. It is so exceptional. Honestly, this labradorite is just bedazzling.
I wouldn't have thought of putting that pyrite with it, but I think because they've both got the checkerboard faceting as well, it really works.
And because a lot of this labradorite have got the blue shiller, hasn't it?
It just brings that out.
Picks it up. It really, really does. But the thing is, I've actually only got 55 now because so many of you seen that labradorite and gone, oh, got to get on the phone. So do get on the phone. Whether or not labradorite is your favourite, let's be honest, it's a cracking deal either way. 54 of them left. Make sure you're checking out. Fab. Gorgeous alternate colourway.
Yeah.
I really love that. In fact, mixing the two, beach, sun, oceans.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if nothing else, you've got those little smoky quartz in there.
Yeah.
They would work brilliantly with the labradorite. So.
Continue.
Lovely.
Come back here again.
So I'm going to
These
wandering.
CDBs. No manners, tell you.
Yes. Do keep your seed beads in check.
That's going on the naughty step later.
So what I've done so far is on one of the weaving wires, I put two of the little beads on, and then the other one coming straight back again. After your sort of 3 wraps, coming back again, put another 2 on there. And then what I'm going to do, just because obviously there's, space is getting a bit tight now, is just do a couple of the wraps without the seed beads on.
I see.
Just to give yourself that bit of room to be able to put the next ones on.
Okay.
So all you need to do, exactly the same weave again, 3 around one, 3 around the other. Keep it a bit tighter than I have on that first one. And then you're ready to put your beads on again.
Okay.
I'll take that naughty one, seeing as it tried escaping. It can't.
You ain't
now.
going nowhere, sunshine.
And you've got a gorgeous variety of colours in these as well, so you can pick out the deeper reds, the lighter oranges. There's some sort of pale ones in there as well. I've got a pale one on here. Or you can mix them up, or you could shade it if you wanted to.
Oh, I love that idea.
The next row has got, I think, 3 on one and 2 on the other.
Get you.
So exactly the same again, just popped them on. I want them kind of at the side where it's going over, just so it keeps it to the front. And you just carry on in that manner. Let's say, sort of take it so it's going out a little way, and then start bringing that back in together to get to your point. And that's where we get to on this one. So all I've done is kept sort of weaving the beads in there, keeping the shape that I wanted to kind of create, really. Obviously a bit of a mix between having enough beads, or the space that you want dictating the beads, or the beads dictating how far apart they're going, really. If you wanted to sort of, it's quite easy once you've sort of graduated out. I've basically put 4 on the first set of 2 rows, and then 5, and then you can go 5 again, or down to 4, 3, and just to kind of fill in the space, really. And I think the last 3 rows is actually 1 on each one, just to kind of get to that sort of point at the end.
I see.
Carrying on the same wrap, and then just sort of wrapping this a few times around, just to kind of finish it off. And then that is actually the sort of the finished weaving piece. And then I had to figure out what I was going to do with these tails. Obviously there's 1,000,001 different things you could do. I knew I wanted to put some drops on there, so I knew I wanted some loops somewhere. So actually what I ended up doing if I can remember what I ended up doing, is to take each one of these around
in the opposite direction.
And I think I might just have to double check where I went with them. Yes, I did. So this one that I've started is coming from my right, your left, going over, crossing over. I've now bent it back over to my right hand side, and then actually it's going to go loop right the way round. So where it was first coming out, it's now sort of coming back over this way. The other one you want to do the same, and actually what you can do with these is kind of cross them over as you go. And I think actually I've missed a stage. What I did do with this, I'll undo that actually, is to just hold those two together and just give them a twist to start it off. So you've just got that kind of space. I knew there was something wrong because I hadn't got the space.
Clever.
So if I do that again with, let's take that one first, because then you can just kind of cross them again, which just sort of helps keep it all sort of together.
In place.
It does need to be quite a small loop there, smaller than you probably think. I might have gone too small now. But once those two are kind of crossed over, to sort of get them reasonably similar, you've then got kind of two petals of a flower, and these two, all I did was bend them round again. So I'll show you from the back actually, just once I've done that one. So that is actually your sort of completed sort of flower on the bottom. Oh, so pretty. You've had one sort of wire that's come from this side, it was crossed, sort of gone round, it's gone round here and then round again. And then you're just kind of chopping off the tails, so these just make an ordinary standard kind of loop.
I see.
And then you can put your dangles on wherever you like. I think one I went sort of through that middle section.
Really cross.
And then you could either put one on each of these or one on each of these, or all of them if you wanted to. Take it down as far as you wanted. But before you get to that, you need to do the shaping of this piece. Just chop off those.
Chop off your end bits. I just want to let you know, 38 of these I've got left, but there's loads of you with it in your basket. So as soon as you want to check out, please do, because honestly, you need to get this stunning labradorite in your life, I think. If you haven't bought labradorite off us in the last month, well, the last 2 months, let's say, honestly, the quality we are getting recently. When I first came here, I was forever saying, oh, I promise you, you can see labradorescence, it's just these lights are a nightmare. Our quality has gone up so much in just the last 4 or 5 months that I don't even have to say that anymore. You can see the labradorescence, you can see the shiller, you can see this gorgeous mix of tones that you've got running through here. You've got this gorgeous strand, you've got the labradorite in the 3 mils, faceted rounds, and you're also getting this gorgeous pyrite. Massive discount today, £14.95. It's really important you check out your baskets for me though. Red shiller on labradorite. Delicious. Fab.
Right, so we've got a straight piece. We don't want a straight piece, we want it nice, sort of curled and draped around.
Okay.
And you can do your kumihimo and then go around on that, but obviously it's quite soft, it's quite difficult to sort of bend against it, I suppose. So got my trusty gizmo out, and one of the mandrels. I think this is actually one of the ones from the deluxe,
yeah,
but I think it's the one that's closest to the standard gizmo, so actually either would do. I did actually make the kumihimo and then pick the closest one I could find, just so I knew that that was about the right sort of size for the kumihimo going through.
Gizmos at the bottom of your screen. YYZX55. £4.95 for you today.
I'm going to start from...
Sometimes the letters just move and it like, I get to it and it's like that. Whoa, where am I going? Absurd. £4.95 today.
I'm going to start from the end that we started from. We can adjust it as we go anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
Okay.
But I know I want that quite tight. And obviously, if you were trying to sort of start bending, you've got again, no purchase to bend against on that piece. Could put a bit of wire through it and use that, but I'm just going to very gently use my round nose pliers just to get that bend started. You might find it moves some of the weave wires, but you can correct that later.
Okay.
I will show another little handy tip on that. Actually, I will show a handy tip on that now, just before I do this. If I can find, which I can't, what have I done with that? Had my awl somewhere.
It's over there. It's behind you. Wrong time of year.
So one of the pieces that you will find the weaving wires do tend to sort of splay out. It's when you get quite tight wraps. So particularly the piece that you've kind of gone round on itself. Yeah. You'll find they're kind of separated into the threes. If you want that look, that's absolutely fine. If you don't, all you need to do is go round and just pop the point of your, I'm trying to do this at a strange kind of angle, the point of your awl in between the two of them, and just kind of force the closed ones open, I suppose. I see. And you'll find that it's a lot easier than I'm making it look. That will actually just sort of
create what you need. Move them
more evenly, and you can actually move them all around to get to that sort of even finish. Okay, fab. Good tip. So if you want it even, then that's a good way of going about it.
I like that.
So you can do that with those bits as well. And then all I'm going to do is hold it on to my gizmo mandrel, and then just start bending it around. So it's a bit tough to start with, and I know this first sort of go round, I want it to be quite sort of tight together. I'm sorry this is sort of backwards to you, but I don't think I can hold it the other way around. So it's just going to sort of go round quite tight on that first wrap round, and then just keep going, and then this one I want to be quite sort of loose on. Okay. So I'm just going to take that a little bit looser and take that sort of around, and that's it sort of formed around. At that point you can then sort of say, well actually no, I want that a little bit further apart, and you can just kind of pull it, or you might want this a little bit sort of tighter to the mandrel, and you can keep doing that. At the moment it's straight. It will end up being a little bit sort of curved, but we can do that kind of afterwards. As long as you've got the basic shape there, and these sort of spaces are pretty much where you want them to be, because you then know where you want to wrap your second piece of the wire wrapping on.
I see, to go the other side.
So we've got that piece, and all I've done for the second piece is pretty much mimic what I I don't know what that was, what I did for the first one. Something's jumped off, but I've got a flat edge.
As opposed
to I've got a slightly sort of angled edge there, just to start with, because this is where I'm going to wrap that onto that one.
Fab.
And at this point you can either shape this first or attach it first. I did shape it first, and it is quite fiddly then
so maybe
to
attach
wrap.
first.
So it might be easier to attach first. Okay. I've only done it once, so I can't say for sure. I just know that was quite fiddly. Okay. Obviously, you've got a little bit more purchase on this for wrapping. I want it to go sort of behind there.
Yeah.
So it's then coming. Is that right? Yeah, that's right. Coming at the right angle to then sort of loop round in the same manner as this one.
And look like it's all part of the same piece.
Yeah. And I've just done the weave, just kind of wrapped to the corner, and then once I know where it is, I'm wanting it on there, you're just taking that wire and threading it through on the weave here. Sorry if that's not in the right spot, I've just kind of picked a spot. Take your time to sort of decide that it is where you want it to be.
Yeah.
And you can either wrap that sort of straight round, or you can do a figure of 8.
Brilliant.
Really doesn't matter which way you want to do it. But then you're just continuing, thread that back through. Sorry, this is a bit... everything needs holding, which means you can't see an awful lot. So then you're just threading that back through, and then continuing wrapping. Do a few wraps on here, wrap round onto the piece that you've already made, and just kind of carry on with that one. And then you can just shape that round exactly the same as you did on the first one.
Fabulous. So that's how you do the wire piece then?
Yeah. And then the only thing, I'm just
it looks really intricate, but so simple when you show it.
Because I can't do it properly because it's not attached properly. But once you've kind of shaped that round, I left the ends just so I knew that was going to be the sort of the size I wanted. It's gone a little bit sort of tighter than I want there. But then obviously if you're a bit short, you can do a little bit more wrapping. And then all I actually did with the ends was just curl them under and in. So if I just sort of chop off, I did curl them first, but just to show you. This is obviously going to be the inside where the kumihimo is, so I know it's not going to be against the skin.
Yes.
So this one I just curled in that way. It is still a little bit long. And then this one around, sort of over it, just to hold it all in and make sure that's all nice and flat. And then that just sort of finishes that piece off completely. And then you're just going to thread it onto the kumihimo.
Fabulous. So we're going to have a look at the kumihimo next. Brilliant. Now I'm going to bring to you the kumihimo braiding kit for beginners. Now if you haven't heard of kumihimo before, take a little look at some of the pieces. We've made the torque necklace of this, and we've made that beautiful bracelet below. It's a very traditional Asian art, and a lot of it is, you know, it's been used for jewellery for many, many years, but also it's actually very much part of the traditional kimono wear as well. A lot of people in China and Japan will wear it as the centerpiece, almost the wrap detail of their beautiful robes. But as well as that, it's actually been used throughout the ages within homeware. Even the Victorians were very much into this design around the home, in their fabrics, in their clothes, draping materials as well. And it's essentially, it basically translates the word kumihimo just as lots of knotted and wrapped cords, which is exactly what this is. And you're going to be getting your hands on everything you need to get yourself well on your way to being a kumihimo artist in this pack. You've got in here your kumihimo braiding disc, which is this disc here. We'll show you it in a moment. We'll show you exactly how to use this as well. As well as that, you're going to be getting your jewellery gel, which is great for just, in fact, there's a picture on the back. I'll show you this, that's all right. So you get your gel here as well, which is just keeping everything in place. You're going to be getting your bobbins, which is what lovely Teresa was working with before. You can see them here. You get a pack of 8, I think it's safe to say. And these are just for coiling up your cords. It essentially means you're not going to get knotted. It's not going to, you know, roll out and you're going to lose your place. It keeps the tension there as well, which is what you want from kumihimo, but it keeps everything neat and tidy. And you've also got the accessories, which you can see in here. So you get a toggle clasp, you get 2 jump rings, you get your end caps as well, which is what you want to glue into. And you also get the pendant slide, which is great for attaching charms onto as well. And finally, you get the coloured cord as well. You're going to be getting 3 yards of the cord, 4 different strands, and it's 2mm thickness. And you get the bag in there as well, which you can see there, and it just keeps it all nice and neat and tidy. Now, it's got instructions within that as well, and it gives you loads of information on how to create different looks. If you haven't used this before, you're going to be learning a whole new skill. If you haven't done that before, it's going to be opening up a whole new area of your jewellery making. It's going to be something you can really get into, get your teeth into, everything you need, and it's only £19.95. I always think this with this. What other hobby could you take up for £19.95? You couldn't even take up running for that, could you? Because you have to buy all the tight stuff and the posh trainers, which are like 80, 90 quid. Even running you couldn't take up. Football, you have to get all your studs, you have to get the ball, you have to get friends as well. You have to have quite a few friends, and they can be very expensive. But for £19.95, you're going to be learning a new skill. And do you know what? Even if this isn't for you, maybe you're already into Kumihimo. What a gorgeous present for someone. Kumihimo, there is a Kumihimo show on tomorrow as well. If you're interested in watching then, do get involved then as well, because we've got the discs individually if you want. But get your hands on this. What a gorgeous gift. I always truly, truly from the bottom of my heart believe the best gift is the gift of knowledge, isn't it? And the gift of excitement and learning something new. You can give this gift for less than £20, and this is something that you can use time and time again. Realistically, the only things you're going to need to replenish in this regularly is the cords and the ends. That's it. Everything else, the bobbin, the actual disc itself, you've got forever. Treat yourself today, £19.95, and we'll show you exactly how to use the disc now.
Yeah, I mean, I first saw Kumihimo. It was actually a Japanese lady. It was a craft show, I think. But it was like a stall with a hole in the middle and wooden sort of bobbins kind of around. And it just looked enormously complicated. I thought I'm never going to be able to do that. And then I actually saw the discs and thought, actually, I might give it a go. Actually bought the mini disc first. Because I thought, well, I don't really need the whole sort of shebang. Yeah. I was only doing bracelets and that kind of stuff. And then I wanted to do a necklace. So you obviously need a bit longer length of stuff. And I think I was doing it with ribbon at the time. And then I realised you do actually need the bobbins. You tend to get everything tied up in quite a mess if you're not careful without the bobbins. Bobbins very, very useful. So useful. And the ends I do use glue on as well. So you've just got everything that you need in there to be able to start. Get going. The braid for the necklace is slightly different from the standard one. You could do it as standard. I think the pattern should be about the same, but if you look closely on that one, you can see the strands are kind of going diagonally rather than sort of straight up.
Across. Yeah.
And it was just kind of the look I wanted. So that was kind of, that's why I went. It's called hollow braid. Okay. I think I've done it before with 3 pairs. Yeah. It's exactly the same, it's just with 4.
4 pairs today.
You can actually have as many as will fit on the disc. And I've seen one with wire. I've got to try it with wire. Yeah. Wow. So it seems strange. I've got a Kumihimo disc. I've got wire, and I haven't actually managed to put the 2 together yet. But
next challenge me.
Exactly. Yes. So it's set up in the same way. If you wanted to do it plain, obviously all the colours would be the same. Yeah. But in order to get those sort of, it's almost kind of diamonds. With the orange in the middle, what you actually need is this setup. So you've got 6 of the. What colour is that? Sort of
peach.
Peach. I was thinking it was peach, and it's like, it's just
peaches and cream
gorgeous
colour.
So you want 6 of the peach, 2 of the orange, and shall we have tangerine?
Ooh,
we've got peaches. Let's have some
tangerine. That famous combo.
And you want them separated out, but the pairs you want, if it's sort of the top of one pair, it'll be the bottom of the other pair. Okay. Now this braid, basically, one of the sets of pairs goes around one way, and one goes around the other way.
Unusual. Just want to let you know the Kumihimo has gone off because we have sold out of that now. It's another sellout for this afternoon. So back up on your screen is that Drops of Sunshine. And don't forget, you saved more than you spent. Over £36 saving on this bundle. It's the biggest saving I think I've ever seen. So just to let you know, sorry if you missed out, but don't forget, tomorrow more Kumihimo.
So I'm going to start with this one. Unfortunately, with the mini disc, I'm never quite sure if 8's in the middle of 2 bits. I'm never quite sure what the number is. I don't tend to work on the numbers. It's quite handy to kind of note down to start with, but actually doing it, you're not reading the numbers.
No.
So I'm taking this one, bottom right, and I'm just going to take it up to next to the top pair.
Yeah.
And then the bottom most one on the left.
6 o'clock.
I'm going to take to replace where that was.
Yeah.
Do the same with one this side, And then the middle one, which obviously was the rightmost of the original pair, is going over there.
Yeah.
And then we're going to do exactly the same the other way around. So this one's going up to the top.
12. 6 o'clock goes to 9. 3 o'clock goes to 6. And then 12 o'clock goes to 3. I see.
And then all you need to do is pop those back.
So they're all in the spots.
And you're back where you started. Obviously the orange has moved around one, but that's all you need to do. I've got my handy bag of gemstones on the bottom. This is all of my hematite basically, because it's the heaviest gemstone. I just use that to weight it down. Obviously over the desk it's not doing its job anymore. But yeah, all you need to do is just keep going round, take those 4 anti-clockwise, and then these go clockwise, and you just carry on until you've got the length of braid that you want.
Fab.
And then in order to finish this, actually, because it is a hollow braid for a reason, there is a little space in the middle. If you wanted to put it on memory wire, you can put it on memory wire. If you wanted to put it on wire, you could, and then shape the wire. I haven't. It was just the look of it that I wanted this time. So I'm just going to take those off. Normally I'm a little bit more careful to keep the braid. Just tie those off for now, and then you can kind of finish that off. Oh. And I'll just talk you through how I finish that. Take my gemstones off the other end. Might be more useful. Yeah, what I tend to do is actually get my needle and thread out and just take it through the threads a bit, and then wrap it round just to hold it all together so it isn't sort of coming apart. And actually for this one, because I wanted a wire end, I put that on first, then chopped it and then glued it.
I get you.
So in terms of the wire ends, just to show you quickly, it's actually quite simple to do. I thought, shall I gizmo it and then pop it on? But I wanted it to make sure it was quite close. So I've got a bit of wire, I'll go this way around because I'm coming up to the end. Keep a bit of a tail on it so you've got some purchase, and just wrap it around. Keep it close together, and then you've got your gizmo-like end. You chop that off, take this end and just curl it around a little bit so it sits into the cord. Once this is chopped off, I put some glue on it just to hold everything together, and then this tuck round those ends, and then sort of went in a little bit, and then made a loop on it.
Fab.
That was just the ends. If you've got some Kumihimo ends, brilliant. I didn't, so I made my own basically. And then all you're needing to do with your piece that obviously would be a lot more together, is just pop it in. You can thread it through, I can't because I've got the knots on, or you could just wrap it around. Obviously it might be a little bit sort of, there might not be enough space, so just move it out and pop it back in again.
Almost just fold it in, don't you?
Yeah, and just to keep going around the piece until you're done. And then that is that piece sort of finished. Oh. If you were concerned about where it was and it moving around, what you could do is use these bits of wire just to stitch it through that Kumihimo. I didn't, because obviously you've got the wrapping wire, it's sort of holding itself. It's all in one piece anyway, so I'm not too worried about if it just moves around a little bit, it just can pull it back again. And then that's that bit done.
How fab is that? Mixed media today, and I'm sure you'll agree the finished product is spectacular. It truly is. At the side of your screen now is the last few, and I mean last few, of this designer inspiration bundle. 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, unlucky for some. There is quite a few of you with this in your baskets. Make sure you check out. And at the bottom of your screen, do you know what I love the idea of? Right, imagine a bit of a lab in your ring.
Oh, lovely.
Ooh, wouldn't that be nice?
I love labradorite rings, because you move your hand around so much, it always catches the light.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. As you're sipping on your wine and it just catches the light, and someone goes, oh, look at that, and you go, what's this old thing? I love that.
And people don't expect it either, so they just kind of see that flash and think, did I see a flash?
Like you did before with that red labradorite, that red, this bit here. Yeah. You didn't want to say it first, did you?
No.
Did I just see some red? Yes, you did. It's absolutely spectacular. You're getting, don't forget, this huge strand of the faceted puffy ovals. You're getting this beautiful strand of labradorite, 22 carats worth, if I remember correctly. And you're getting the pyrite as well. This is at the bottom of your screen. By the way, this strand of labradorite, it's, let's be honest, I'll show you, because I've been trying to hide it all this time. But look at that. It's measly. You know why? Scott drops it all over the floor. I do not know what is going on with Nora today. But you will be getting a lengthier strand than this, I promise. Definitely around 22 carats worth. £21.95 for this kit. I think it's absolutely stunning. I love the mixture you've created within here. And we're heading over to you in a moment for your challenge. How's it going?
I'm a bit concerned. I'm not going to get there, but I'll hopefully have something together.
I'd better leave you to it then. Yeah. After the break, I have got some serious deals, including what you've all been waiting for, my stunning aquamarine challenges and more. I'll see you after this.
Join guest designer Sarah Elvin and get creating stunning designs in no time with this Kumahimo introductory DVD. The easy-to-follow steps shown on this DVD will make you feel like you have your own personal tutor and will guide you through a variety of techniques to get you started. To get your hands on a copy, simply contact our call centre. Get creative with Jewellery Maker. Add a mystery gift to your order today and you'll receive a surprise full of fantastic treats and goodies with a huge saving guaranteed. Check out our online reviews from Jewellery Maker customers who have previously purchased one of these mystery gifts. Go on, treat yourself with a little gift.
Join guest designer Sarah Elvin on our Kumahimo Projects Workshop. Explore the different materials used in both braiding and Kumahimo, as well as learning a variety of patterns, ending techniques, and many more hints and tips to get you started. The full course includes a selection of satin cord and organza ribbon, a selection of gemstones and findings, gold-coloured copper wire, use of all relevant tools, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studio and the museum, and a chance to visit our shop. All of this for just $69.95. For more information, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Ooh, luxury. Do you know what I love? Luxurious essentials. That's what you've got here. Luxury, because it's rose gold, and essential, because they're eye pins. $9.25. Lavishly dipped in 9 carat rose gold. You're getting 20 pieces, but this is double trouble. So you're actually getting 40 in total of these. Do you know what I keep thinking to myself? Do you know what I wish I could do with this? I wish I could measure all of this together. I have got a ruler. Oh, in fact, don't know why I'm going to ask this, but come on, let's do this, Scott. If I measure this, these are, hang on, 6 centimetres long, times by 40. So what's that? How long are we talking? 240. So it'll be 240 centimetres, which is almost 2.5 metres worth of 925 you're getting in this. Think of it like that when you see the price. Should be £11.90, which is stunning when you think, how much do we do a metre of 925 wire for? Isn't that about a tenner? But you're getting 2.5 metres worth of 925 here. So £11.95 is stunning. That ain't the double trouble price. Double trouble, single figures. £7.95 for 40 eye pins, the equivalent of around 2.5 metres worth of 925 wire. Do you know what? Even if you're not going to use these as actual eye pins, even if you're going to be creating, oh, what are they called? Oh, you know, you do know. That style where you have this, but then it has another loop at the end. Rosary. It's all right, I'll get it. I'll get there in a minute. Even if you just wanted to create the rosary style, even if you weren't just going to use these as a normal eye pin, even if you just wanted them to use, yeah, you can make your own rosary links with 925, of course you can. But for 2.5 metres worth, if you were just buying a metre's worth of wire off us, you'd be up there, what, 20, 25-ish pounds for the amount you're getting. That's how much it would cost you to buy it off the reel. So at £7.95, this is double trouble deliciousness. And it's so high quality. What do you think of rose gold?
I love it.
Do you?
I absolutely love it. Well, I mean, I love the copper wire. And I kind of think, yeah, it's sort of similar. You can put the two together.
Yeah.
But there is just something slightly different about rose gold. It does look different.
You're right.
It does have just a different tone to it. And it's just so soft. I think I prefer it to yellow gold.
Do you know what? A lot of people say that.
Yeah.
I'm one of those people. I'm a bit of a silver girl. I love me some silver. Love, love, love the colour of silver. And gold, I have to be in the mood really. But rose gold, any day of the week, it's one of those, it just catches sort of both genres of people, if that makes sense. £7.95. There's absolutely plentiful of you purchasing this, including some multi-buyers. Multi-buyer in Alicante. How lovely everyone today. £7.95 for the equivalent of about 2.5 metres worth of 925 wire. That is something really, really special. And it's only £7.95. And let's face it, at this time of year, eye pins, you need them. You need them for, if you want to do a drop, you need them. If you want to do a set of earrings, you need them. Oh. Wowzers. This is zesty. It's almost got a saffron colour tone to it, doesn't it? Really bright. Carnelian. Now carnelian's a really interesting one actually, because in Roman times it was believed that depending on the colour of the carnelian, it would depend on what sex you were. So if you were a female, you were only allowed to wear the whiter tones. If you were a male, you'd wear the really deep, dark, almost burnt umber tones. And it was seen in the Roman times as very crass if you decided to even swap those. So if a woman was in the very dark ones, it would be seen as just a massive faux pas. I love about this strand that it's somewhere in the middle of those two colours, isn't it? It's not the carnelian pale, pale white, but it's not the carnelian burnt amber, kind of burnt toffee colour. It's just this beautiful, zesty, almost tangerine colour in the moment. 70 carats worth of this. You've seen this price a lot today, but I love it. Your price today, £7.95 for this. BQSF35 is the code for these wheels, and I love working with wheels. What do you think of working with wheels, Teresa?
I really like them. I suppose because I do a lot of kind of the linked work, like the rosary style, I always worried that they were a bit thin for that. But actually I really like kind of having 3 or 5 of them on like one of the eye pins.
Yeah.
It just gives a slightly different look than having sort of a whole bead together, sort of smooth, with having the ridges in it. You can usually sort of get, you know, there's like kind of graduations. You can actually sort of graduate them on there as well.
Yes, there is a graduation. You can see it's quite pronounced actually, isn't it? Look at the tiny ones at the end, right to the centre. From 4x2 to 7x3, so a wonderful graduation on there. £7.95. We've given you a pop of colour. How about now a monochrome collection? No way have we got a new chain. Do you know what this is the chain for? Like, I've forgotten what it's called, but it's the one that you get on dog tags, isn't it? Have a look. I can't believe we've got this in. Hey, someone was asking about this on Facebook the other day. It's here. Fab. How much of this have we got? A metre, I guess. 1.5 metres you're getting of the silver plated brass ball chain. That's what it's called, ball chain. I know, looking at it, should have given it away. Wow, oh no, hang on, it's 100 centimetres long, so it is a metre, and it's 1.5 mil on this. How exciting is this? I've not seen this chain before. This is coming in a bundle. This has just got well exciting. Monochrome collection. What shape is this? Flowers. Oh, they're like little roses. Oh, can you see this? Not particularly. It's quite tricky to see because they are clear, but they've got these beautiful carved, almost rose-like effects. You've got 130 carats worth on here, and these are 8 mil. Really pretty. If I spin them, oh, isn't that nice? This reminds me of a barbershop sign. I don't know if that floats any of your boats, but I thought it was worth a mention. You've also got in here, wow. I love these. Look at these rondelles. They go gorgeously actually with the quartz. This is your lovely white topaz. Oh my goodness, did you get that blue topaz before? If so, you need to be adding this bundle. This is 35 carats worth of those, from 4x2 to 6x4, 18 centimetre strand. Now let's go to the dark side of the monochrome. This is a strand of your agate, 9 carats worth, 2 mil. Loads of 2 mil today, 2 mil mad. And, come here, you. Huge black agate, 11 mil. 330 carats worth. This is so, oh my gosh, look at these together, how pretty is that? These are beautiful. I love them. Your price should be, I expected it to be way more than that. I've got whoppers of agate in here. Big boy agate, do you know what I mean? Like, woof. If this was a voice, it'd be like, oh, love, look at me. Do you know what I mean? And then you've got topaz in here, like a really sparkly, sweet topaz. And this new chain that I've not seen before, £28.75. Can we do a cheeky deal? Because I've not seen this chain before, please. And I'd quite like to get my hands on this. Can we do that? Eee! £19.95 for you today. That's a bit of a stunner, isn't it? I've not seen this chain. I'm really excited to get this home. How wonderful to give yourself a go. And let's face it, even if you're not going to work all of these in together, you've got staples in here, haven't you? Absolute staples, with the colour tones, with the shapes, with the sizes. You've got a bit of something for everyone, haven't you? You've got really large facets. You've got intricate hand-carved roses. You've got plain seed bead rounds, and then you've got these gorgeous rondelles with the high-end luxury. This is a bit of something for everyone, isn't it? Seriously, something for everyone. Should have been way closer to £30. £28.75 it was going to be. £19.95, and even if you're just getting it to get your hands on topping up your stash and you want to have a little go at playing with this brand new chain, definitely worth having a go with today. It truly, truly is something for you to enjoy. And look, the chain with topaz. This is just going to go so well together, and let's face it, black and white never really goes out of style, does it? It really doesn't. Time and time again, every single year, black and white in some form or another. I always think of it as your very superstar colours, isn't it? It just goes with everything. It's such a mixture of palettes. And you can make really poppy pieces with this. Pop. But you can also keep it quite subtle and elegant, like with this aquamarine I've got coming up in a little bit. Whatever you match with this, it's gonna just go together beautifully. It really, really is. £19.95. I'm really encouraging you to check out your baskets for this one. I really, really do. It's a fab saving, and if you haven't got your hands on that chain yet, do give it a go. What do you think? What springs to your mind as soon as you see this, Teresa?
I just think it's so Art Deco. I think I'd really want to kind of play with that sort of style. Possibly put a bit of gold with it, actually.
Yeah.
And just see if we can kind of play with the shapes, to either get the kind of Art Deco sort of fans or that, you know, that sort of sunburst kind of shape in some form. But because you've got the different sizes, you can graduate them in order to be able to do that.
That's a gorgeous idea. And actually, you could graduate them in size and colour, couldn't you?
Yeah.
Start off with maybe a big, bold agate and then go on to the quartz and then a tiny agate. You could do it in that way to just draw the eye in, couldn't you? £19.95. It should have been closer to 30. WHGC 87. It's going to go with absolutely everything, isn't it? Monochrome collection, topaz, agate and quartz with a chain. £19.95. How do you feel about something a little bit floral? Floral? Floral. Floral. Stay where you are. Where are we? Oh, hello, pretties. Oh, these are gorgeous and cold. That's what I love about genuine gemstones. As soon as you put them on your skin, you can feel, they've always put this energy on you. They're just so cooling and calm. Yellow quartzite, do not see this a lot at all, and these are all individually hand carved, and they're the 5-petaled flowers. Now I know a lot of you absolutely love flowers anyway, because it's just something that everyone enjoys, isn't it? It's something that you can highlight maybe with leaves, but you can also detract from it by working with kind of geometric shapes so that you can't actually tell that they're flowers. But also the 5-petaled ones we've had on recently, because I know we've had 6 petals on, and we've had 4 and we've had 8 petals, but the odd number seems to be the most popular because it's kind of the number in which creatives often work within with the odd numbers, because it obviously just gives you a nice focal point. 210 carats. These are brand spanking new. These are new to you today. Isn't this a wonderful? You've got such a gorgeous mixture of tones running through here. Beautiful opaque quality to them. If you were to work with these, what other gems are you thinking? What other coloured wires, metals are you thinking, Teresa?
I mean, I think I was just kind of looking at them and thinking they're sort of, you know, they're begging to be colour graduated there, really.
Yeah. That's how your mind works, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. They were just sort of, they shout that just because you've got such a graduation of colour, I suppose.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think that gold, they might get a little bit lost in gold, or it might bring it out. I think I'd be inclined to go either copper or antique bronze, just to really make them sort of stand out a bit.
Just to really grab the attention.
Yeah. Or you could go with the coloured wires. Blue would be gorgeous with them.
What about a bit of green as well? Do some leaves.
Oh, yeah.
Leaves. Some chartreuse. Now, got people buying 3 of these today. It's a brand new strand. Be the first of your friends to own it. Get it home. Enjoy it, add something different for £6.95 today. UJGP46 is the code on this. We don't have quartzite in often. We don't have 5-petaled flowers in that often, especially of this size. 14 mil. Do you know what? Even if you're new, look at this. Bit of wire or a bit of wrap around it. Done. Ring. Beautiful. You don't have to do a lot with these, but at the same time, you can if you want to. £6.95. Add something a little bit different to your designs, a little bit of a different look. Oh, my birthstone. Yes, I love you too, amethyst. Aren't you beautiful? This is your lavender amethyst. And although it's lavender, sometimes when we have lavender amethyst on, the lavender is so subtle, it's almost hard to judge. This one couldn't be further from the truth. Look how clear this beautiful lavender amethyst strand is. 30 carats worth of this. Now, amethyst is a beautiful gemstone, lots of mixture of myth and lore behind it. It is February's birthstone. It's also Pisces birthstone, and that's why it's highly regarded as a very creative gemstone. And to think, because of these really delicate colours, you could be very creative with this strand, actually. You've got the top drilled faceted drops. They're from 5x4 to 8x4. It's an 18 centimetre strand. I love it. I want to know how much it is. £14.95. I like it, but I really, really, really like this strand. Stop it. Yeah, let's do that. Yeah, let's. £9.95 for you today. Oh, let me just. Oh. Do you know what I'm loving about this? Put it with the aquamarine, and then my favourite thing happens. Look. Blues and lavenders together make you look more tanned. Oh, think of the money you'll save on going on holiday. Just get yourself a couple of strands, you look more tanned. £9.95. The aquamarine's coming up for you in a little bit. This is a special strand of your lavender amethyst. If you're feeling like your mojo's a little bit blocked, if you're feeling like you're not sure in what direction you want to go in this season with your Jewellery Make designs, then this is going to be one for you to get your hands on. Not only is it a cracking deal price today, but also it's just giving you a bit of everything. It's giving you a drop, it's giving you faceting, it's gorgeously clear, and the pop of colour isn't too pronounced. It's not offensive pop, is it? It's just delicate. And this is going to be one of those that could just set your creativity a spark. It's going to go with so many beautiful pieces, and it's only £9.95, 30 carats worth as well of this. And trust me, you can see the quality of this. How unusual is it to get lavender amethyst where you can actually, let's be honest, tell that it's lavender? Sometimes, especially with the lights in here, you can't actually tell until you get home. Wow, that is lavender. Sometimes it can even look a bit clear, can't it? No, not with this one today. This is a beautiful lavender hue. Aquamarine coming out in about 10 minutes for you. Stay tuned for that. £9.95 today. Hang on. Right hand side. Oh, hello. Bit of blue for jewellery makers. These are... Grrr. These are seriously chunky, aren't they? Look at this moonstone. It's that schiller coming off here. Ooh. 105 carats worth of this rainbow moonstone. This is your graduated medium nuggets from 7x4 to 15x4, and this is a 15 centimetre strands that we have here. The lights and the camera action not doing great justice to this rainbow moonstone strand. It's truly not. Loads of schiller on this one normally. Seriously, seriously stunning. 190 carats worth on this chalcedony. Look at that. Look at the colour of this. Do you know what this makes me think of? You know those sweets that you don't let your children eat because you know instantly they're going to be hyperactive? That's that kind of colour, isn't it? It's fun, it's bright, it's poppy, it says added E numbers. It's so beautiful, it really is. But then, on the same strand, you've got these much more subtle tones, almost these oceans, these Caribbean blues running through here. 190 carats worth on that strand. Your rainbow moonstone by itself is £14.95 on our website currently. Buy them both together, £27.90. That's good for the size of these, isn't it? We're not anywhere near that today. £14.95 by itself, your price today for two, £17.95. But you buy this, you get this for a fiver. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of these huge gemstones I've got on this strand. Of course, it's done on carat weight. You'll definitely be getting 190 carats worth. But some of these up to 16 by 13 mil on this beautiful strand. Now, the shapes themselves, they're chunky, they're very clear, they're almost bohemian. What are you thinking to work these together?
I would actually put them together. I think they'd work really nicely in macrame.
Macrame! I like that. I think that would be a nice idea. They'd be really standout pieces, wouldn't they?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, either with sort of the wax cord or if you wanted to kind of make it a bit more high end, with the wire.
I love the idea of that. Do you know what? I would possibly do a ring. Look at that! Do you know what I'm thinking when you see this? Let me just turn that over. What am I thinking? What am I thinking? A ring for every finger. That's what I'm thinking. How stunning is that? A ring for every finger on this. And I've got some left to do massive earrings or something. Isn't that stunning? As I always say, I wish I had more fingers just so I could wear more rings. And this does it for me. Totally get that. £17.95. Chunky monkey. 105 carats of your rainbow moonstone and 190 of that chalcedony in the faceted medium nuggets. Tiny price on these, £17.95 for you. Is this on my left or my right? Scoop. Just dance it out. Anyway, this just shows you how much we have, because I've quite clearly just dropped that everywhere. And look, I've still got loads left. Let's have a little look. Look at that, it's still going. Even though loads of these, let's face it, are on the floor, still look at the amount you've got there. You're right there, Ed. Thanks, Ed. Look at the amounts we've got here. And on the side. Look at this. Imagine what you could do with this. I'm thinking, obviously, sequined carpet, which is what I was trying to show you. Quite obviously, some people just aren't on the same creative wavelength as me. Good save, I think so. These are your beautiful brass beads. These are your stashes, your faceted brass beads. They are in silver, rose gold, and the ones that are mainly on the floor, gold. These are 5 mil in size, and if we have a little look at them, they've got that, what I like to call, I sounded like the mum from Miranda then, didn't I? What I like to call faceted disco ballers. Have a look at these. This is a gold one, just to prove that you will be getting some gold in there. These are 5 mil. Do you know what's really interesting to point out about these? Sorry for my fingers in the way. I just want to show you. Look at the size of that hole. I would guess I could easily get a 1mm through there. I'd be tempted to have a go at a 125, possibly even a 1.5 on there. I really would. Which means you could do some beautiful twisted talks, you know how you did on your first piece? But with these. What would you think? And don't say sequins carpet, because I've already come up with that idea.
Well, I mean, I just love them as spacer beads, and obviously you can kind of pick out the different colours to go with your different gemstones.
Yeah.
Although I really quite like the 3 colours together. It'd be kind of nice to try doing a bit of a beady bead with the 3 colours.
Oh yeah. If you're unsure as to what a beady bead is, it's a bead made out of beads, right? Which I know, if you've been watching for a long time, you might think, well, obviously that's what a beady bead is. But honestly, I didn't know what a beady bead was for ages. If you're unsure as to what a beady bead is, go and have a little look on our jewellerymaker.com, because there's little step-by-step tuitions to how to show you how to do a beady bead. But it's really high shine. You could do all of these colours. £14.95. We're not staying there at all. Your price today isn't £14.95, it's £9.95. And the thing is, £14.95 it's been at. I've brought this to you before in the past at £14.95, and you've bought it and you've loved it. We're bringing you these deals today for £19.95. That's it. EBAZ02. £9.95 for you today. How do you feel about a superbly sensual starby? This is your starby. I've been tempting you with it all day, and it's worth the wait. It truly, truly is. Take a look. Aquamarine. Even the name depicts beautifully what it is. Of course, coming from the word aqua, meaning water, and marine, meaning water or sea. It's a double whammy when it comes to that. And the lovely thing with this is, you know what I'm like, I love a bit of myth and folklore, don't I? And myth and legend says a few things that are about this, this gemstone that tie it into the water theme as well. Some of the stories say that in ancient times, when we were off discovering new lands, when we were off trying to find new goodies, new lands, new beautiful places to go and visit, before we actually knew, in a sense, the extent of the earth, essentially, it's said that sailors used to take handfuls of this gemstone onto the ships, on board ships with them, because they believed that if the storms were raging and they feared for their lives and waves were lapping over the top of the deck, they believed that if they were to throw a handful of aquamarine into water, it would calm the storms, it would quell the gods. And another reason that this is very much synonymous with water is because it's believed that mermaids used to cry tears of aquamarine to try and get sailors to come aboard and quash into their rocks as well, so that they could steal from them. So there's loads and loads more. Do your research, because it's such a spectacular history and really interesting myths and legend based around this gemstone. Aside from the interesting pieces that you can read about this gem, this strand itself goes above and beyond when it comes to quality. This has got one of the most beautiful clarities to aquamarine I've ever seen. Clarity isn't normally synonymous with aquamarine, is it? Let's face it. A lot of the time you'll get little inclusions. A lot of the time you'll get almost this fibrous internal structure, won't you? And a lot of the time with aquamarine, actually, you get some opaque gemstones, don't you? For truly high quality aquamarine, you're looking for clarity. Of course, let's face it, beauty is very much within the eye of the beholder, but when it comes to the gemstone world, the clarity on aquamarine goes to show its quality, and you can see the clarity of this instantly. Have a look at the colour of this on the slide and to the skin. It is that stereotypical, luxurious aquamarine colour you're looking for. But on top of that, the faceting on this is spectacular. It's, let's be factual here. It's not often you get an aquamarine that is this sparkly, is it? It's truly not. Very rarely you see aquamarine in rondelles, and that's possibly for a few reasons. Number one, if there's loads of inclusions, there's not really that much point in spending so much time giving them these tiny, tiny facets. Another reason on that as well is because you only want to go and create this shape if the colour is there, because it's going to intensify the colour. And the other reason is because the rondelle is a relatively tricky shape to get, because it's such a small surface area that when you're creating the facets, just one false move and you've messed up the whole gemstone essentially. Now we have got an aquamarine faceted rondelle on our website, but honestly, I personally would say I prefer the look of this one, and I'll definitely prefer the price, because the one on the website is £27.95. This is nowhere near that. Please do me a favour and get yourself on the phone now, because honestly, you're going to love £9.95 for this 30cm strand. It's one of the most beautiful, stunning strands of aquamarine I've ever seen. You know what I'm like. You know I'll always say to you whether or not I like a strand, rightly or wrongly. And I always say aquamarine, when it's got a gorgeous, bold colour, but it's got the clarity, I love it. And that's why I love this strand. The hue is completely and absolutely there. And have you noticed? Natural. Really? No treatment whatsoever on this. That is something really spectacular. Aquamarine from Africa. I've got people buying 2s and 3s of this today. Don't forget those names you can see at the side. Amanda, Jane, Roberta, love that name. Helena, June. You can't see how many of those people are buying. I can tell you out of the names that are on there, a couple of you have bought 2, haven't you? That's fab. Good, good. Do you know what? Treat yourself. Aquamarine to £9.95. Why not? Roberta is what my mum was going to call me, right? She was thinking of calling me Roberta, but my dad said, no, don't call her that. And do you know why? Because my mum used to have, she's got a massive phobia of spiders, and whenever she'd see a spider in the sink, you know, it crawls up, doesn't it? She'd call it Roberta. And my dad was like, you can't name your child after a name you call stray spiders. So she settled on Rebecca. Good one, Mum. Thanks for not naming me after random spiders. £9.95 on this today. VA, are you 15? 35 carats worth. Do you know what? Teresa, truthfully, what are we thinking about this?
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
Isn't it?
I mean, I love the little rondelles anyway. And the framing that I did in the crescent, you can do with all of the little rondelles. And it just spaces them out. You can use them sparingly. They've got so much colour in those ones.
They really, really are colourful, aren't they? Genuinely colourful. And let's do a little bit of science, shall we? I'm going to put my hand in front of this now. Ready? Look how pale I look. All right, genuinely though, look how pale. And now Tan. Isn't that amazing? Pale, paley pale. Tan. £9.95 for you today. And also, blue is meant to make your teeth look whiter. So, I don't know, what could you create that's going to be near your aquamarine braces?
Nose ring.
Nose ring, good one, Kaz. Good one. I like that a lot. Ear, like, about ears that like go from here to here. No? Something to make your teeth look whiter. Oh, yeah, maybe. You know those people who have gorgeous, extravagant, like Luigi-style moustaches? What about a little, like, dropper off there or something? Oh, nose ring. I like that a lot. That's going to be in the high street soon, isn't it? Gonna have to get that patented, that, aren't I? £9.95. Dragon's Den, here I come. Moustache jewellery. 35 carats worth. What I will say is, ladies and gentlemen with it in your baskets, just check it out for me. Check it out, ladies and gents. Honestly, truly, all jokes aside, the most stunning example of this beautiful gemstone. Let me show you it on a black background as well, because I do think that makes a difference to the colour. Ooh. How do you feel about some more serious quality? I've got a chain. Gemstone chain. I said that like Bond. Chain. Gemstone chain. Shaken, not stirred. I don't know which Bond that was meant to be. 925 with garnet. Wowzers. 10 carats worth of this today. Now these gemstone chains are so beautiful, and I can't actually think who it was. Was it Janet maybe? I think it was, who just had a, yes it was, and I was asking her about a gemstone chain because she was wearing one, and I said to her, what would you do with a gemstone chain? And she said, well, I've just got it on my wrist, but I've got a clasp at the back. You don't need to do anything else. And that's kind of essentially what's so luxurious about this. It's 925 with your gemstones interspersed, and the work is done there for you. But it's still giving you the opportunity to create so many different looks. Imagine this clustered up together. Imagine this as a moustache jewellery piece. You know what I love it as well? What about, you know, a headpiece? Oh, how festival chic am I now? See me at a festival with this on. Totally can, can't you? 925 with garnet as well. I'd probably be the poshest person at the festival, let's be honest. I could do with an airbrush. Let's not do that short again. I had rubbish, I had like own brand hairspray today, nightmare. EFJK 98. And the thing is, we've not had this beautiful chain in for a long time, have we? And we've got it back for you today. This chain with the gemstones been on once before, so get it home today for a stunning £14.95 for this. How lengthy is this as well? Does it even say on there? 48 centimetres this strand is. 48 centimetres worth of 925 and garnet. And the thing is, garnet is, we know how luxurious it is anyway. And that just goes to prove in the fact that we're putting it with 925, doesn't it? It's super luxurious. 925 for that. Imagine as well, what about these? How about you chopped them off, just put it on a shepherd's hook. You don't need one link and you've got an earring. Maybe do something with a dangle at the bottom, couldn't you? And you've got the little 925 toggle as well, just so people definitely know. So if you do create, say, a necklace with it, just keep that attached so people definitely know it is 925. £14.95. It's only been seen once, and it may well be second time lucky. May well be your only chance to get it now, because if we've only got 14 left, How beautiful. Treat yourself to it whilst you can. I've got a bundle coming up, but get this in your baskets whilst you can. Beautiful 925 gemstone chain. 13, it's going to be unlucky for some if you don't get yourself on the phone lines right now. Bundle. Oh, wowzers. What is this multicoloured beauty? Beryl? I always think the beryl is like the Joneses. Some of you at home are like, yeah, I totally agree. It's like the Joneses, because you know the Joneses are the ones next door, and you're always like, oh, let's get the tarmac redone. Look at the Joneses, they've got a gravel drive now. Oh, it's like that. That's what beryl's like. It's kind of the high-end family of gemstones that everyone sort of wants to be. That's what it's like. Aquamarine in here, morganite in here, heliodor in there, almost emerald tones. Oh, aquamarine. Really gorgeous mix in this. And again, these are your faceted rondelles. I love the pinks in here, but this is actually part of a bundle. You know what? I don't think I've ever seen beryl in this size on rondelles before. I really do not think I have, especially in a bundle. Isn't that special? Isn't it wonderful how when you pair up certain gemstones, they just give you something different? This is your blue chalcedony, 150 carats worth on here, 40 carats of your multicoloured beryl on the graduated strand. No other faceted rondelles of multi-beryl. I knew it. I've never seen anything like this before. And again, seed beads. 5 carats worth of these. I love 2mm beads because if you're anything like me and a bit of a messy wire wrapper, as soon as your wire kinks, just pop a bead on it, eyes it right up. It's cracking. Ocean waves. A lot of ocean going on today, producer Scott, eh? Ocean waves. Oh yeah, that pink ocean that you get here. Oh, and the green ocean, oh yeah. KQGC 74, this you should be deal. Hey, I'm surprised at that. Genuinely shocked. I thought it was going to be closer to 20 something. Wow, that's the original price. How do you feel about going under a tenner? Come on, guys. Under £10, surely not. £9.95. 3, 6, 7, 8, 9. We're looking at what, £3.25 or something per strand. This is so special. One of the most luxurious families. £3.31. Get Nora, calculator savvy now. £3.31 per strand for this stunning strand of beryl. I cannot think of a time that you would be paying £3.31 for a strand of beryl. Multi-stranded beryl? No way. You are today in this bundle, but you're going to have to be quick. There's plenty of you adoring this. What are you thinking together, lovely Teresa?
It's gorgeous, isn't it?
Mmm. What would you do with it?
Lovely. I think you probably. I think you would put them all together. Have a few of the. Is it the agate? The green.
Yes. 2 mils.
Yeah. Sort of like 3 of those. Maybe 3 of the beryls, and then 1 of the chalcedonis. And then that. Sort of, just strand it around. It'd be gorgeous.
That is so fab, isn't it? And you know what? Gentlemen, tell me whether I'm right or wrong. Be honest. What about on a beach, stretchy bracelet? Would you wear this? I'd feel it, says Scott. Ryan just says, yeah. I can definitely see this. Again, a really unisex piece, isn't it? I think that's beautiful. £9.95 today. And you'll get, oh no, 50% of my stock has gone on this already. It doesn't surprise me one bit at all. It really, really doesn't. There's so much going on in here. And to be able to say, you're getting a strand with Morganite, Aquamarine, Heliodor, Emerald Tones, you're getting all of that in a strand for £3.31. That just doesn't happen, apart from here on Jewellery Maker. This is really special, and we've got nothing like this on the website at the moment. No faceted multi-strands of a beryl at all. So it's your chance to get your hands on it today. And if you've been loving the seed beads, add this to your order. I-L-O-V-E, pink and blue together. Look at this. Oh, look at these stars. That is such, sorry, I'm laughing because for some reason then, do you know, it came into my head, I bet you won't, spice up your life. I was like, colours of the world, star up your life. 230 carats worth of this rose quartz stars we've got here. Which Spice Girl would you be, Teresa?
Oh, you can't.
You're
make me
totally
say.
posh. You're totally posh. Because of the bob, because of the haircut.
Yeah, all right, I'll go with that, yeah.
Who would I be? I'll tell you, I always was Scary Spice. Do you know why? Always Scary Spice. Because back in the day when we used to play Spice Girls in the playground, I hadn't discovered straightness. So there's me with me little like afro thing going on. I didn't really want to be. I didn't want to be Scary Spice. No one really did they, properly? I wanted to be Jerry. Yeah. I used to prance about in a tea towel. You know, with the Union Jack. 230 carats worth of this. Kaz, who would you be? Spice Girls. Oh, Kaz, I could totally see you as Baby Spice, definitely. It's all that blonde hair. Not even there. 230 carats worth of your rose quartz. How unusual to have stars again. Beautiful ring. Do you know what, this is a strand for me as well. One of those, I know a lot of you do this, and it's quite clever actually. One of those strands that you have on the side of your craft stall, maybe pair this with multicoloured quartz just on a stretchy. The type of ones that little girls will walk past and go, wow, I love that, mummy. And then, mummy, please buy it for me. And then the mum's there and she gets chatting to you and maybe she'll buy something and maybe dad will buy something. It's one of those strands actually, isn't it? But equally, could be quite grown up, couldn't it? Especially with rondelles. What would you do with this, Teresa?
Actually, I love rose quartz and aquamarine together. So if I could get some aquamarine rounds between them, that'd be absolutely gorgeous.
I love.
Or you could put some turquoise wire with it for a similar kind of effect. Oh, that's gorgeous.
Yeah, beautiful. It's coming in at the bottom of the screen in a minute.
But I mean, that shape as well is quite nice for wire wrapping around and just kind of playing with the shape a bit. Maybe actually making a frame that's a star, so it sort of sits in the frame. Nice
really
pendant.
pretty idea. Almost use it as a cab in a way.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that. What a wicked idea. Aquamarine's at the bottom of your screen, that little beauty. 230 carats worth of these rose quartz. NQGP 58 for £9.95 on this today. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. I can only do my 2 times table up to a point. 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26 I've got on my strand. And these are sizable, aren't they? 16 mil. Pat in Menorca. Hello, my love. How are you? I hope it's sunny where you are today. Pat's back again. Cornwall, Kate. Check out your baskets, everyone who is online at the moment. £9.95. Do you know what? It's charming, it's fun, it's a little bit flirty, it's beautiful star shape, which I've got to say I don't think I've seen before as a shape. I've seen it as a cut, but not as a shape. 16mm rose quartz, $9.95. Oh, I love this as a bundle. Wowzers. Amethyst. Yes, please. Springtime colours. Yes, please. You've got both of those things here together. Amethyst selection, pink and green. This, to me, that green is so much more powerful in the flesh. That's a bit better against my hand, actually. It's just the lights in here don't really do it that much justice. This is a powerful pop of green. This, to me, English spring garden. These beautiful green leaf-like effect. These little buds just about to pop into bloom. And in fact, if you do go along that theme with the leaf and the flowers, because of the shape of this, you could actually make full flowers, couldn't you? And then leave the others as little buds, maybe the smaller graduated ones. And the green amethyst, you've got 90 carats, and on the pink, actually, you've got 90 as well. 21 centimetre strands. The green is graduated all the way up to 14 by 8mm, and the pink is a whopping 15 by 6mm. These together are just sort of archetypal, quaint little English garden. $29.90 original price on these two lengthy strands. How do you feel about £1 off? With a 0 at the end. You didn't let me finish. £10 off you're getting today. £19.90. It's not often at all that we get on green amethyst, and I think it's a wonderful one because sometimes it can be a nightmare to buy for gentlemen perhaps who are February birthdays, or even people who aren't particularly into purple. But with amethyst, with this green colour, you've still got the birthstone, but you've got a bit of a different colourway as well. So sparkly, almost glowing. 90 carats of each. £19.90. £10 off. Do you know what? It's that time of year. You can't even buy an Easter egg with a mug for that price anymore, can you? Have you seen the prices for them now? Oh my, honestly. Like, I love my cousin and my great niece, but I nearly thought about not. I won't lie, so expensive. £19.90, £10 saving. You have got some stunning strands here today. Check out your baskets though. VZ GC12. It's just too sparkly. I can't keep my eyes off them. And less than 20 quid, £10 saving. Think of it this way, you're making a £5 saving on each one. That's a bit of a cracker, isn't it? And maybe you haven't worked with green amethyst before. Now's your chance, isn't it? Give it a go today. Teresa, I'm popping over to you now, if that's all right.
Oh,
bring the brew.
I think I sort of failed a bit, really.
Oh, no, you haven't!
There's so much more I could do on that. And the gemstones sort of do it itself, really.
I love this. Take a little look. You said you were going to do an egg, but I did not expect this, I'll be honest. Take a look at this, very Fabergé. Oh wow, and this is with that bundle we gave you earlier on, isn't it?
Yes, yeah. Managed to get all the topaz in there. Just started on the aquamarines at the top there. Haven't even touched the little quartzes, but I was going to kind of string them round so they sort of went a bit of a rope effect.
Oh, that's gorgeous.
Just I've run out of time.
To be fair, you only had an hour and like an hour and 4 minutes or something ridiculous today. That's beautiful. And what weave have you done around there?
Well, that's what took most of the time. It's just sort of five weaves on one wire and then across to the next. I was trying to pull it out a little bit just to space it a little bit. But yeah, and it was done quite rapidly, so a bit rough in places, but you get kind of the idea really. And then obviously you could be, you know, filling in the spaces with swirls or more gemstones, or what you can do is actually kind of the way I've done sort of these, but with the smaller beads, have the little seed beads on each head pin, and just sort of poke them in as well.
Do not forget, in this we had the gorgeous drops, which are the topaz, the blue topaz, genuine blue topaz drops. They were $21.95. We did a price drop so that you got all 3 strands for $21.95. It was a real special deal for you today. You have those beautiful graduated drops of your blue topaz, and if I'm right in saying 50 carats worth you had of those. You also have on top of this beautiful piece with those gorgeous head pins, the aquamarine, and those were in that really unusual nugget shape. 130 carats worth of those, and finally the 9 carats of clear quartz, again in the 2mm rounds too. I love the idea of these draping across.
Yeah.
What a fun, fab idea. $21.95, and at the bottom of your screen is that chocolate box. And we had the purple, the bronze, and the silver wire, and it was 0.8, 0.6, and 0.4, if I remember correctly. £7.95, 10 metres of each. Teresa, I've had such a laugh with you today. Thank you very much. When are you on with us next?
I think it's 23rd of May. I've got a little bit of a break, so yeah.
Feet up, relax. Have a wonderful, wonderful Easter. Now, it is Miss It, Miss Out after the break. Tomorrow, I have got the lovely Miss It, Miss Out. Oh, what is that, Becky? Where have you been? It's the Late Show. It's the Late Show. Tomorrow I have got the lovely Deb Rudd on, and she's doing a real mix, a few different pieces, including Kumahimo tomorrow. From me and Teresa, have a lovely Bank Holiday Friday. I'll see you soon.
Happy Easter.
Join us this bank holiday weekend for our Easter egg extravaganza. We'll have some cracking prices. It's no yoke. You won't be shelling out on our special deals, and you'll be hopping mad to miss out. Shall I go on?
No, stop, Vicky.
Are you new to jewellery making? Then tune in to our Designer Inspiration Show every day between 1 and 5 for our new 2 sections. We'll help you get started and give you all the knowledge and inspiration you need. Also, we'll be introducing you to a new medium every day. Whether you're a beginner or intermediate, we've got everything you need to get you started with a new hobby. The Designer Inspiration Show, only on Jewellery Maker.